Let's try it again. Kind of strange. Alrighty, let's, I guess, start from the beginning. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Tales of Phantasia for the Super Nintendo, more specifically the Super Famicom. This game was never released outside of Japan, and thus the only available official version is in Japanese. Thank you for the host of the tournament. So, in this run, I will aim to explain both the story and also the speedrun aspects of the game, so I'll try to interweave those as good as I can. You have a feeling of deja vu? Well, who would have guessed? Either way, this is going to be a speedrun through this game here, expected to take about 4.5 hours if nothing goes majorly wrong. Usually it should be a fair bit faster than that with the new route. So, well then, let's get this going. 3, 2, 1, go. So, first of all, you'll see here a little cutscene where a party of 4 people, a swords guy, a mage, an archer who has passed out, and a cleric in the back fights against this Blake Blunt guy. This is Daos, as we will soon learn, and he is more or less the big bad evil guy. Boom. He gets hit by indignation and disappears. In fact, he has not really been defeated, but you'll see that soon. He's teleporting actually and escapes into, well, a different place. But there is already another party of 4 people waiting. Kind of the same party composition. A cleric lady, a mage guy and a swordsman, and some other lady. And here he immediately gets caught and sealed away. They put 2 pendants around his neck and then seal him into this sarcophagus. Afterwards, they take the 2 pendants and distribute them among the party to safekeeping. Daos is said to be so powerful that no one could possibly defeat him or kill him, so the only way they managed to find to, well, stop him from doing his evil deeds is to seal him away and just keep him trapped wherever that is. That happened approximately 10 years ago. Our main hero here, Cress, which you'll soon see, his father and mother actually were part of the original party. His father is a well-renowned and very strong swordsman and has basically a sword school. On the right side you see Tristram, who's an old guy, also a swordsman. Here we have Chester. He lives basically with his little sister in this house over there. They no longer have any parents, unfortunately. His little sister, he needs to be taking care of her all by himself as the big brother. For his 17th birthday, Cress received a pendant. Well, yes, that pendant. He doesn't know about it yet, and Cress' father just kind of went, I want to talk with you about it, but Cress just kind of goes, oh, I want to go and hunt some boars with my best friend Chester here. Cress' mother comes out, she's a bit sick right now, and decides to be careful, you guys, and she hands us a few items that will be useful throughout the journey. I've set the attack speed to fast, paddle panning and targeting to manual. Paddle panning off, that is, and set also the formation for Cress to be in the far back to be able to quicker run away from battles. This here is Tristram, he's an old guy just kind of on the visit, and he just kind of wishes us good luck on the hunt for some boar, so we can put some meat on the table. In the forest here, we try to hunt for the boar. Real quick, the game has random-ish encounters, and the way it does that is it chooses a random number between 50 and 130. In order for it to determine as to when you should get into a random encounter. That number counts down until it reaches 0. At 0 you reach a random encounter. That is how this works here. We defeated 2 little bees on the way. From those here we just run away. This is just for experience management. And here we arrive in a bit of a dead end of the forest. Chester decides to go and check whether he finds the boar, and Cress decides to split up a little bit, and suddenly he has a vision. A vision where this ghostly lady here somehow tells him, please, Please save this tree. Please help me. And he has another vision as to when the tree was fully alive and blooming, which is now rotten and decayed. He doesn't exactly know what that means, but suddenly Chester comes back and tells him, "Hey, have you seen the boar? You kind of look like you've seen a ghost. What happened?" Then you see the boar. So, combat in this game is a bit silly. Also kind of typical for Tales games if you know any Tales games. But this is the first of the iteration, so it's a bit weird to play sometimes. I set the targeting to manual, which means if I target the big boar and then attack, my character will automatically run up to the boar and attack. I tried to kill the 3 little piggies first, because they otherwise run away. So, alrighty. And here, I want Chester to be killed, because that allows me to gain more experience. The experience is split between party members. I try to have Chester cooperate here with me, please. Chester, please don't defend. Thank you. So the boar here is pretty much dead. I gained 26 experience. I got all 3 little piggies as my contribution, and they dropped all basically little pieces of meat that I will be selling for money later. Suddenly, while we were boar hunting, the bells ring from the home village. The bells are never a good sign. They either mean a big fire broke out or something else really, really bad has happened. So, Chester and Cress hurry to get back to the village. Here I actually find 2 bees. I want to kill the 2 bees to earn just a little bit more money and experience, actually mostly experience, before we go on, which is, by the way, just enough for us to move on. As we return back to the village, it's all in shambles. Lots of people, and this game is not nice in how it starts out. Everyone is dead, including his father. Cress' mother just kind of stumbles out of the doorway. She is deathly wounded, and with her last breath, she tells Cress to flee. They're after your pendant. You need to go. Seek out refuge in your uncle's house in the north village of Euclid. Chester found his little sister. She is dead as well. No one in the village survived. Chester decides to stay in the village here to give everybody proper burial. Even though Cress tells him to come with him to the uncle north in the village of Euclid, Chester just kind of goes, "No, I want to give everybody proper burial," and stays here for the meantime. He will join up with Chester later, or with Cress later. And Cress here decides to, well, take the decision, because those raiders apparently were after the pendant, and his father, being such a strong swordsman, being defeated so easily apparently, well, his only real choice seems to be to try and escape, so Chester might be a bit safer with the pendant is nowhere near there. I just reset the screen by going out and in again to reset my step counter. I'll explain that a bit more a bit later. So here, I did manage to defeat the 3 little piggies before they ran away, and I managed to gain more money than usual, so I can buy 2 apple gummies, 2 orange gummies, which replenish my spell points, and I also managed to buy a flare bottle additionally to increase my attack damage in combat by 30%. So, and here we arrive in the village of Euclid, where Cress' uncle resides. Before we go to him, we are going to buy one more thing, and those are accessories called chat boots. Those chat boots allow us to move really fast outside of combat, literally double the speed, which means we take 4 frames to move 1 tile, and you can actually move in half tiles, which means that's 1 step, as I call it. Every 2 frames you move 1 step. You find your uncle in Euclid here, and he asks you, "Is it true? We have heard the rumors that your home village has been completely destroyed, no one survived. We are glad to see you alive." So, then we also decide to, well, thank you uncle that I can live here, and he goes to bed. In the middle of the night, His uncle comes into his room, and behind him, there are the raiders. Those are the raiders that devastated, destroyed, and killed everybody in Cress' home village. His uncle sold him out. But he also didn't have much of a chance. The raiders threatened that they would do the same to Euclid here and kill everybody if they didn't cooperate. So it was basically the lives of the entire village versus the life of his nephew. A heavy decision, but probably the correct one. In the meantime, Chester managed to bury some grave for various villagers, but suddenly he hears horses arriving. And here Cress gets put in front of the leader of the Black Knights. This guy is the leader, and he was after the pendant and exclaims, "Ha, finally we have the second one." Apparently he got the first pendant already. And as we know, as the viewers, something is wrong. Something is really wrong. We get thrown into prison. This game is a bit more intelligent about this. They actually take away your weapons and shield when throwing you into prison, so if you need a bit more money, you could actually sell them if you wanted to. Either way, we get thrown into prison now. That's a pretty bad thing, because we are likely getting executed. They are not worried about killing off anybody, apparently. We check the hole in the back here, and all of a sudden hear a voice, a female voice. She tells us to stick the hand through the hole here, and then Cress feels a warm hand, giving him something. It turns out to be a unicorn earring. The voice tells him to hold the unicorn earring against the wall, and all of a sudden, it breaks open. He does not find the source of the voice. The only thing he finds in the other cell is the dead body of a woman, a sword stuck in her body. He does not look terribly happy about that, obviously. So we use the sword, equip it, and with that we can open up the jail cells. The voice also told us to take care of the little lady in the cell next door. This is Mint, and she tells us, "I can't escape yet. We need to help our mother. She is still in the cell over there." Cress, realizing that her mother is dead since probably quite a while, tells her, "There was no one over there. We need to escape quick. We can't just idle around here. Please, we need to go." And Mint just kind of obliges, and they decide to escape through the sewers, or try to anyways. So in the sewers here, we are going to set once again formation to be far back, and also equip a new ability that is called Machine Ken, which is going to be allowed in battles. So, alrighty. All step counters, as mentioned, the game randomly chooses a number between 50 and 130, and once it runs down all the way to 0, we get into a random encounter here. And afterwards, we will be able to run in here. So why do I run here, but not on the other two places? The reason for that is, each step you take, this reduces the counter until you get into an encounter by 1. If you run, each step reduces the counter every time by 2. Which means running literally makes you go into encounters faster, just because it reduces the step counter faster until you get into an encounter. So, because I have no idea, it's impossible for me to know what my step counter is going to be, I will want to have as many steps as possible for now, and just walk the entire stretch here while there are random encounter possibilities. I defeat these 3 slimes. This gives Mint 1 more level. She learns a healing spell, first aid. I pick up a chest with 1000 gold, and then we run from the rest of the encounters here. Alrighty, and now we just keep walking throughout the sewers here. What I could consider here saving and resetting, because that would reset the step counter back to a higher value, but it should be alright as anyways. Alrighty, we get into this encounter. There are 2 slugs and a gargoyle in this fight. The 2 slugs are actually a lot more dangerous than the gargoyle. I'm using a TP item here, which heals me, or heals the TP that I'm currently using. The gargoyle here gets a bit in the way, but it should be fine anyways. So, alrighty, the two slugs are defeated. Now I need to wait up for the gargoyle to come back down. I actually missed my opportunity there. I want him to be exactly between Mint and Cress, which is a bit difficult to do, because he eventually will come down. He has a pretty predictable pattern. He needs to move a little bit further, but then we can do this. Alrighty, now I'm going to use the Flare Bottle, which increases my damage by 30% onto Cress, and then just swing at him. Defeat him rather quickly, and that's that. So the gargoyle is actually kind of a rough encounter if you don't necessarily know what you're doing. That guy can be really difficult to handle, especially with the two slugs. The two little slugs are really dangerous because they attack so quickly. I'll explain a bit more about battle system later. So, here we escape the sewers. The gargoyle is basically just some guy who, whenever a prisoner tries to escape through the sewers, he would kill them. Well, we defeated the gargoyle, so it's not an issue. Cress, on the way out, just kind of gets hit by a slug trying to protect Mint, and then Mint puts Cress over her shoulders and carries him to safety, in fact. After Cress managed to recover, he discovers he landed in a mansion. Good afternoon, Silesium. Hope you're doing well. So, Cress wakes up in the bed and gets introduced to this guy. He is called Ed Tornix D. Morrison, and he explains to us that, well, this young lady here was so brave and rescued us, and he is now in safety. He is not a fan of the raiders. He used to be a friend of Cress's father. In fact, he's actually one of the party members that sealed dolls in the sarcophagus, as we will learn soon. And it turns out he was actually the rider who arrived in their home village and helped Chester out bury everybody in their village. So he is definitely one of the good guys from what it looks like. Chester also is now here, basically in his mansion, just residing here thanks to, well, being able to be somewhere, really. And then Cress explains to Tornix D. Morrison that he had his pendant taken away. The other pendant was in possession of Mint's mother, that was the lady dead in the jail cell. And, well, now the Dark Knight has both pendants, and Tornix D. Morrison immediately realizes that, well, that means the Black Knight is trying to unleash dolls onto the world once again. He tries to immediately go and prevent that from happening. He tells us to stay here, and Cress and Chester initially want to go, but he explains to us, Cress, have you ever beaten your father in sword combat? Cress has never done that before. His father's way too good. But since he was so easily defeated, what chance would Cress and Chester possibly have against those Black Knights? So they decide to stay here, even though Chester's really not happy about that decision. And all of a sudden, the old man, Tristram, shows up. He encourages our little party to, hey, you know what, you should just go anyways. Go and show who those guys are dealing with. And so our little party decides to eventually set out to, well, try and stop the Black Knights from doing whatever they are doing. We don't know that one still. At least not really. Alrighty. In the meantime, Cress here realizes the unicorn earring he had is actually gone. He no longer has it. He doesn't know where it went. But, oh well. We buy some items here. I will explain those a bit later. And 2 chat boots. Then we need to do a little bit of a menu. Oopsie. Put Cress into the far back, so we can run away quicker. Equip the items on our characters through the items menu. We also have an equipment menu, but items menu is a little bit faster here. And that's that. Let's go. And yes, there is a fully voiced song in the SNES version here. It's kind of ridiculous to have a fully voiced song in Super Nintendo games, I would like to point out. So, either way, we are in areas here again. And here, Tristram will just explain to us something about double techniques, which we'll never get to use because they are a bit out of reach, since you need to use your abilities 100 times in order to unlock them, essentially. Either way, I'm going to do a trick here. If I reach the sign without getting an encounter, I will be able to actually skip the next encounter likely that comes up. There we go. I mash the A button for 2 seconds while facing the sign, and no encounters getting in here. Guaranteed. So, what I did there, and also here, that's the safe room, there are no encounters. As I said, there are encounters in this area that can happen, and I'm just walking and running in specific ways to avoid as many encounters as possible. Here we open up sarcophagus, which contain mini-bosses and also pretty special items. My current weapon is a rapier, which is better in stabbing rather than slashing, so I decide to stab, which by the way is generally slower, but because the rapier is just a better weapon of choice for now, we do this. We gain a hourglass item and a rune bottle item here. Hourglass item allows us to stop combat time for enemies for 5 seconds. Rune bottle allows us to transform those items into different items. More about that later. For example, the hourglass can be transferred into a chronoglass, which stops time in battle for 10 seconds, which is insanely powerful, and I will be using that in specific places. Either way, step counter in this game is pretty special. Whenever I bump into a corner like this, that's actually not just faster to do for movement, but more importantly, it's also faster because it allows me to save a step. As I said, each step reduces encounters, the step counter by 1 until 0, so you get into a random encounter. If I do the stepping here correctly, I can take advantage of those corner boosts. Also, here's another mini-boss. This is the Golem. Currently, Chester is doing a lot more damage than Cress, so I'm giving him the flare bottle, so he might deal 30% more damage. So either way, step counter, this Golem here will drop me a special item called the Holy Bottle, which increases my step counter by 255 exactly, which is the highest possible number for the step counter. Except, it can go 1 higher than that anyways. Also, it's scary. So, I'm going to be using that Holy Bottle, which also gives me an aura effect, which lasts a total of 500 steps. So here we get into another encounter. That should be the last random encounter I'm going to face throughout the entire run if I do everything correctly. The reason for that is because of Holy Bottle step management. So, let's see. Unless we get really unlucky here. So I'm going to use the Holy Bottle here. Now, you see, I have an aura. That aura lasts for 500 steps total, and whenever it's active, by the way, we pick up a key here, which is essentially a red ruby or something like that. Whenever the game tries to roll for how many steps can I take until I get into an encounter, if this aura is active, it will always give me 255 steps. And also, whenever I use a Holy Bottle, it will once again give me 255 steps. I counted it out that I get into exactly this room, which is 0 encounters, which means the step counter will get re-rolled right here, getting into this big room, but I have enough steps to just run through the entirety of the room. And in here, that is once again safe room, and I can carry the aura in here into this room. Once again, I have a total of 255 steps to burn until I get into an encounter, and this will be plenty to get through this entire room without any further encounters, as long as I essentially carry my encounters properly, or my step counters properly. So, alrighty, here, Cress is going to be a little bit clumsy. He will fumble the lace ruby, which, as I said, is basically our key. And it drops down, which is a bit unfortunate, but that's kind of what happens. However, we can do a little trick here. We go 1 step ahead over there, and that actually allows us to enter that area just a little bit earlier than intended. More specifically, I picked up the lace ruby before I'm supposed to. So I then reset the room because the game doesn't expect you to have the key already, since I was supposed to step further and Cress would fumble the laser ruler further into the abyss and you would need to pick it up further down there. I equip a new ability here, the double kick that I learned. I'm going to briefly heal up Cress with Mint's healing ability, and then we go into the next encounter here, which is essentially 2 golems at the same time. It's going to be the same drill here again, except I now have the new ability with double kick. Double kick does a good chunk of damage. Also, Mint has learned the Pico Hammer, which has a chance to stun enemies, which is extremely valuable around here too. I used the Flare Bottle to increase damage by 30% now on Cress here, and this allows him to just deal massive amounts of damage. Mint throwing her Pico Hammer is extremely valuable too, since that guarantees the golems are not going to be defending my attacks here. And here we go, golems defeated. They once again drop a holy bottle each, and they will be used to manipulate step counters to the fullest. So, after we manage to get through the catacombs into the most interior place of the dungeon where everything is sealed away, we meet Tornix Morrison, who is facing off against the Dark Knight and 2 of his compadres. Unfortunately, our arrival kind of distracts him a little bit, and the Dark Knight immediately takes the opportunity and places the 2 pendants on top of the sarcophagus, which breaks the seal. And that is not good news, because now essentially the ultimate bad guy, Daos, will be set free again. We asked the Dark Knight, why are you doing this? Do you really want to unleash this? Also, you're going to pay for killing our families, friends and neighbors. And then Daos emerges. So it turns out the Dark Knight was actually thinking he would gain control over Daos, just kind of like a genie for a lamp, but well, that's apparently not the case. Daos just kind of goes, I've just used you. Didn't you realize that? So essentially Daos kind of possessed the Dark Knight, and now, wow, we barely managed to escape that. He disintegrates his 2 compadres with a single hand movement, and also gets rid of the Dark Knight. Well, so much about our revenge. He is insanely powerful, apparently. Tornix de Morrison realizes the, well, situation and gives us a book. Tells us, here, you will need that. Take this. He starts channeling a spell, but Daos would be way too fast. Chester just jumps into his arms, stops the spell, and Tornix de Morrison manages to complete his spell cast to send Cress and Mint somewhere. Daos demands, hey, where did you send them to? Tornix is going to just tell him, I'm not going to tell you. I'd rather die. That's likely what he did there. Well then. Eventually, Cress and Mint wake up in a field somewhere. They don't know exactly where they are. Actually, in fact, they have no clue. Everything looks a bit different than what they're used to. I don't think they've ever been here before. They have no idea where Chester is. Apparently he jumped into Dahl's arms and he's no longer with them. They don't know where Tornix de Morrison is. Or what Dahl's is. They only know that Tornix told them that make sure you stop Daos. Find a way. And that's that. In the meantime, Cress gets the idea, oh yeah, the book. What was that book about? Essentially, it concludes that I am Tornix de Morrison. I actually don't know exactly what is written in there. Either way, Cress is super unhappy that now even his best friend Chester probably met the same demise as everybody else in his village. And so we go to the next village, which looks oddly familiar, but not quite So in the middle of the village, we ask some villagers, hey guys, do you know where my hometown is? They inquire a little bit, and the elder just kind of goes, well, what are two kids doing here? All alone. Where are you from, guy? And we explain our situation to him. As it turns out, no one has any idea where our home village is, or that it even exists. However, they seemingly know of Euclid just up north. The old man tells us, okay, come into my house for now, guys. You seem a bit lost, maybe we can figure out more things around there. Well then, and so we do that. During discussion we discover that Daos apparently is wreaking havoc in this world since about 100 years already, and no one has been able to stop him. Mint also shows the elder her clerical abilities, the healing abilities. Whereas he has no idea what that is, but he has this one. Fireball. So it turns out, the elder explains to us, because he is a descendant from an elf, and is just kind of like a quarter or a 16th elf, he can still cast some spells because he has inherited the ability to draw from mana and cast magic. However, clerical spells don't exist. So, after a while, Mint actually figures out what year is it. And it turns out, Cress and Mint have been sent 100 years into the past. So what that means for them is, currently 100 years in the past, Daos is supposedly about to be defeated. That's what Cress and Mint learn from history classes. But they are also trying to go on their way to try and defeat him. From the Elder they learn that Daos can only be hurt by magic. Apparently Daos is a really crazy powerful guy and physical attacks don't do anything. So if we want to have spellcasters, we will need to find allies. There is no way for humans to cast spells, except for apparently clerical abilities, which, by the way, haven't been developed yet. That's why Mint is pretty much the only one who knows how to use those. At this point in the game anyways. So the Elder allows us to stay for the night for now. He explains also to us that we should go to Euclid in north, where there's a scholar called Clarf, who is researching spellcasting for humans since a long time. Mint and Crest just kind of go, oh yeah, there's just one bed, and Crest decides, oh, I'm going to sleep on the floor, no problem. And here I would like to point out the amazing detail this game has. Essentially, Crest and Mint are just kind of having a little conversation while they are trying to fall asleep. Eventually Crest falls asleep, Mint contemplates a few more things, and then checks up on Chris. Just goes to see why he doesn't answer, because, well, he's asleep by now already. She goes to check up on him, quickly goes back, grabs some blankets, puts them over Chris, and then hurries back to bed. I really like those details. It's so nice. You're going to wake up with H's if you sleep on the floor like that? Yeah, that sounds about right. So, either way, our goal is clear. We need to find that guy who's wants to cast spells as a human, even though humans can't cast spells, so we need to look what's up with that. But before that, we take a little detour after using another holy bottle to avoid encounters. So, alrighty, let me explain something about holy bottles. As I said, whenever I use a holy bottle, it sets my step counter up to the highest possible value, which is 255. But there's more to that. Whenever I go into an area where there are no random encounters like this dock here, by the way, this is timed. The seagull will fly away after a specific amount of time. After a while, if I go back, as long as my holy bottle aura is still active, and I get into an encounter zone, that means I will get into no encounters for another 255 steps, as soon as the game tries to recalculate how many steps we have left over. So I can run through half of this mountain passage and guarantee no encounters at all. And then we managed to get up all the way up to Euclid with no random encounters. In Euclid we are going to pick up some more chests. So what I picked up so far is an elixir and a mystic symbol. Here I pick up a mixed gummy and a rune bottle. Mixed gummy is just basically orange gummy and healing combined, but we just use it for selling. There was another chest with 1000 gold, and here's a charm bottle. A charm bottle will allow us to get a discount in shops for 30%. If you use a rune bottle on that, you get a 50% discount with the miracle bottle after that. Either way, we find the scholar, Clarf. He is, well, about 10 years older than us, and explains to us, what do you want? Isn't it kind of rude if you don't even introduce yourselves? Because we immediately basically burst into his home, not even telling him our names. Mindy's a bit embarrassed about that too. Either way, Clarf initially just kind of goes, really? You want to defeat dolls? Sure, whatever. Everyone wants to, right? So, after being initially a bit rude about that, his fiancée, or, well, wife, enters the scene, and she just kind of scolds Clarf for being so rude about it, and decides, hey kids, I don't think this good-for-nothing guy can help you, but you probably want to see something else. And Clark just kind of jumps on that and goes, hey, of course I can help if I really want to. And she goes, see, he can't help you. So what is your deal here? And we explain to him what happened for us, and we are looking for someone to be able to cast spells so we can defeat dolls. That is our ultimate goal. He just kind of goes, look, you're just kind of kids, but if you help me form a summoning pact with spirits, maybe I will be able to help you in the end. So it turns out summoning spirits or forming summoning pacts is actually a long lost art that Clarf has been researching. So let's see here. I need to use rune bottle that I have on the miracle charm and the hourglass. There we go. And also use a holy bottle. So here I'm going to be doing a bit of a shopping trip. You have to buy certain items in order to progress further, but we'll see. Clarf, either way, it just kind of tells you that he would like to... We sell also those things to gain a ton of money, and the new weapon is bought. Clarf just kind of tells you, I found a guy who knows who has summoning pact rings. Summoning has not been a thing since a really long time, but apparently he has done enough research that he should know how to do this. So I do two buying sequences here in order for me to arrange my menu in a very specific way, because I will be ordering my menu by latest item acquired. And most importantly, I want the holy bottle to be the latest item here that I have acquired, and also grab this thing here, equip the new weapon, and there we go. So, and this guy here is called Bart. Bart apparently has inherited through his family a bunch of rings that were once used as summoning rituals. Bart is living just kind of a bit secluded near the mountains where apparently Sylph, summoning spirits of the wind, are residing. So he just explains to us something has been going really wrong in the mountains, and you can have the summoning ring if you make sure that while you're going up there, please help the Sylphs or make sure they are okay or something like that. And also maybe somehow you can do more things. So I use a holy bottle before interacting with those rocks. I will explain the significance of this in a while, just shortly after this. So either way, it turns out the Sylphs have gone mad, because there was actually miasma leaking out from the demon realm, which is just damaging to humans, but it's driving the summoning spirits absolutely insane, and the winds, because they are summoning spirits of the wind, have gone absolutely mad, and that's why everything is so dangerous up there. So we kind of conclude that we need to somehow stop the miasma leaking out from the demon realm, and we need to, well, help them somehow. Unfortunately, there is no other way than to put them to rest in order to progress. Those poor little Sylph guys. And they also kind of thank us. By the way, holy bottle. They kind of thank us for helping them whenever we defeat them. It's kind of sad. So, once again, I use a holy bottle in front of this wall. So, let me explain this. Whenever I use a holy bottle, it sets my step counter to the highest possible value of 255. If I then interact with various things on the overworld, like these walls here, putting down a rope, pushing a switch, stepping on a switch, stuff like that, it will actually increase my step counter by 1. I did the same thing earlier when I was interacting with a sign. Just kind of from the side, as you saw. The reason why I was standing right next to the sign for about 2 or 3 seconds was to interact with it, increase my step counter every time I press the A button by 1. Why it exactly does that, don't ask me, but that's just kind of what happens. I use once again the holy bottle before interacting with this wall. What that does is, as I said, 255 is the highest possible value, but then it increases it by 1, which means it overflows the value, and it allows me to, well, run around in this area with no encounters whatsoever forever, essentially, since the value for how many encounters or how many steps I can take until I get into an encounter is already 0. And also there are demons down here and miasma that is kind of damaging you, it's okay. So, we just need to push those rocks into the holes in order for us to seal the demons away entirely. Once again, overload the step counter. 255 plus 1 equals 0 apparently in this game. And this also is extremely handy. My entire route is based around this knowledge and ability to manipulate the step counters precisely and perfectly to avoid all random encounters. I do have a bit of leeway pretty much everywhere, since running and movement in this game is actually pretty difficult overall, so I did give myself a bit of leeway overall. So, and now we plugged all the holes, the miasma disappears, and the sylphs can now finally go back to normal. We pick up a chest here, contains a rune bottle. By the way, rune bottles are some of the most powerful items in the game, transforming other items in more powerful versions of themselves, or a different item altogether. So here, we go to the top of the mountain, and as it turns out, the little sylphs are very, very thankful for us for plugging those holes to the demon realm. The miasma is no longer leaking out, and they can finally be normal again. The winds also have calmed down significantly since then, and so they also explained to us something else that we didn't know about. There is actually the source of all mana, the mana tree south of our home village, where we spawned earlier after getting teleported to the past. You know that rotten tree that Cress was encountering earlier, a vision? That apparently used to be the mana tree. And because now we are 100 years in the past, that mana tree is still now fully functional, or at least should be. More specifically, the little sylphs tell us that mana is disappearing faster than it can replenish from the tree, and something is seriously wrong there. So we decide to go and check and see what is up with that mana tree. I pick up 2 chests, one is a shield for safety, one is another charm bottle for discounts. I actually sold the last charm bottle for a bit over 10,000 gold, because that's a lot of money for now. So here, Bart just kind of asks, and have you found my daughter? Which, by the way, his request was that we try and look for Archie, his daughter, which he has no idea where she is, he's really worried. And she's just kind of gone. But we didn't find her, unfortunately, and our new job is to look for what happened to the mana tree. Here I heal up Cress, only Cress, and then I go into the behavior menu, tell Clark and Mint to not do anything at all while in combat for spells. Only when I tell them to cast spells, they will be casting spells. Also here I will be doing a little trick on the overworld to enter the town from the bottom despite me coming from the top, which saves me quite a few steps. So here, this is going to be how moving and running through dungeon is going to look like in the upcoming time. I open up the menu briefly, I use the holy bottle, which I've managed my items to be in the first item slot, and boom, I do not get into any random encounters whatsoever. The entire game is routed out and planned like that. So, we managed to find the mana tree here in the forest, and instead of just having a vision, something materializes in front of us. This is the Dryad that is guarding the mana tree, and currently she explains to us that, as I said, mana is depleting way faster than it can replenish because of some events. We don't exactly know why that happens, but we kind of suspect, since Martel, which is the Dryad's name here, tells us that let's try this again. Martel tells us that mana depletes faster than it can replenish, and if that continues, mana will completely disappear, no one will be able to cast magic anymore, the summon spirits will also die because they are living from mana. Our assumption is the reason why that happens is because, well, the only guy who has any interest in magic completely disappearing is Daos. Because, well, Daos is the guy who can only be defeated by magic, apparently. So, well, what are we doing? We are trying to stop Daos somehow. So we need to also figure out what is hurting the mana tree so much that it can no longer replenish its magic properly. How we do this, we don't exactly know. Either way, real quick over here I'm going to pick up an item that is an hourglass. Also here, there's a red savory, or more specifically a savory that I'm picking up. The savory allows me to increase the character's HP by 5%. If I use a rune bottle on it, it will be 10%, which is going to be really handy in the late game. So, either way, we move on and we decide to try and visit Alvanista, since we are looking for more powerful allies that will help us in the battle against Daos. Since we can't just go with 4 people, that would be silly. We have one guy who can now actually summon spirits, Sylph. Even though he's a human, he can now kind of access magic. So we try to go to Alvanista. For that we need to go to the port city of Venecia, which is just north of this village here. This village is, or well was, Hamel. And it is being completely destroyed. Crest just will have kind of a flashback as to how his village was destroyed. This young lady tells us that she was the daughter of the scholars of magic from this school. And one of the former students, Deitel, actually came back to this village and completely devastated and destroyed it. A single man went insane and killed everybody in the village, and no one is left over. Cress just kind of goes, we have to help him, remembering how bad it was for him back then. And Clark goes, but we don't have time, we need to go and figure out things against Daos. Cress' argument is essentially, if we can't help a little lady here like this, how can we hope to face against Deitel? And well, so they decide to join up with the little lady, which by the way is just an NPC in our party. And well, instead of going to Alvanista, we will go and face that Deitel guy. This is Venecia, basically a ship and port city, which will allow us to ship to various places if we know where to go. More specifically, I need to ask this lady here about where Deitel is residing. She tells us he is in an island just northwest of here, so we try to get there by ship. So, alrighty. There we go. And here the captain tells us he does not want to go there, so if we want to go there we need to pay a pretty hefty price of 1,600 gold to arrive over there in that place. Alrighty, we pay that, and so we go. And greetings everybody that has joined us. I'm just kind of doing full commentary, so I hope you're having a lovely day. And thank you for being around, thank you for lurking and watching. So before I enter Demetel's manor here, I'm going to real quick go out here and save, because this can be a bit dangerous, so I'd rather not lose that progress there. So we managed to find Demetel's manor, and now it's time to make sure he is never going to, well, eradicate an entire village anymore. Why would he do anything like that anyways? We just kind of assume, well, that must be Dahl's work again, since the School of Magic used to be here. he is not happy about other magic users existing at all, because that's the only thing that can defeat him. In the cupboard we find a key which allows us to go into the backyard. We position this little mini puzzle in a way before we leave. And here I'm going to be briefly using some things. I'm going to use a Mystic Pendant, equip that on Clarf. I'm going to be using a Dark Bottle, and also going to be using... oh, he's already full health. A Dark Bottle... oh yeah, I forgot about that. I need to use a Rune Bottle on the Iron Boots. I bought Iron Boots, 2 pieces earlier, and I want to use a Rune Bottle on those Iron Boots. Those Iron Boots get transformed into Nightmare Boots, actually Persian Boots, and then into Nightmare Boots. I then equip the Nightmare Boots and the Persian Boots, which they allow me to do stuff in battle a bit quicker. We pick up an elixir and various other items here for money. We already have a Dark Bottle now, which is the exact opposite of a Holy Bottle, as you can imagine, so we can enter encounters faster. We need to... please attack the other guy. There we go. We need to farm a little bit here until Cress reaches level 9. By the way, he's called Baleen because apparently that's a whale. And in the backyard here, there are Harpies. Harpies give pretty decent experience. And also are reasonably quick to kill. And I kill off the other 2 characters, just so we would receive the most experience on Cress here. That's the goal. Also, let me explain the combat system. Whenever I hit the attack button, my character automatically runs up to the target that I currently have targeted, which by the way is always going to be the same in any given battle. I just need to know which one it is overall. I also healed here because that can be dangerous. And when I'm too far away or far enough away, I can double press the A button to do a jumping attack. If I'm close enough... just let me heal real quick before we go on. If I'm close enough, I will only do a swing with my attack. And that kind of subsequently means the only way I have to jump in battle to attack is for me to be far enough away to actually execute a jumping attack. If I'm close enough, I can only swing. So we are level 9 here. We gain an ability called... we heal up here real quick. Lightning Bolt, and we will be using that a lot throughout the game. I equipped the ability Lightning Bolt, and I also use the Holy Bottle to now skip all encounters that are unintended. And here we get into this battle. Apparently this tree is a fake tree, and they are really, really weak against lightning. I use a Flare Bottle once again to increase my damage by 30%. And now to the equipment. The 2 Iron Boots are transformed by a Rune Bottle into Persian Boots. Persian Boots allow me to take 30% less damage from any source, which is insanely good. Like, ridiculously good. On top of that, I transformed one set of those Persian Boots into Nightmare Boots, which allow me to run around in combat for 50% quicker. Only walking though. The running is still the same, actually. Just regular walking is 50% faster, which is really, really good too. So, we defeat this mini-boss encounter. The light can now shine into the area here, and that allows us to progress further into the cellar where Deitel is residing. Down here there are random encounters again, so I will need to use another Holy Bottle here. I also use items for me to heal up everybody, as in also heal Mint. Then I use Orange Gummies on Mint and Crest to replenish their magic points. I use one thing on here. So, what else do I need to do? Let me check that real quick, whether that was everything. Oh yeah, need to set Mint so she can now use her little Pico Hammer to try and stun enemies on her own volition again. And that's that. Alrighty. Then, as usual, I'm just going to save here to be safe, because this is one of the more dangerous encounters to battle in this run. This is Deitel. He is the crazy guy who devastated an entire village, and we are trying to face off against him straight up. He actually explains to us he has no idea who that red-haired lady is. She's actually not who she is talking about. He knows that the daughter looks very different, and we just kind of start questioning her. After initial confusion, he steps in front of a mirror, and, well, regardless on whether she said the truth or not, which apparently she actually didn't quite say the truth, he's really not a good guy. So we get into combat here. My goal is to use an item really quick, and that's bad. Oh, he teleported there. Alrighty, here we go. We can do this. I need to use a chrono glass, which stops battle for 10 seconds. Then I use lightning bolt on this little guy here. Then I use a lightning bolt on this guy here. And the goal is for me to kill off those little mage type enemies before they can do anything. That's meant this is Clarf. Clarf, I told him to cast Sylph to take out the golem there, and now only Deitel remains as the only guy here. I use Mint to shield Cress from any damage that can potentially come in. That is too close. Oh no. And Clarf should survive this. So this is an example of Deitel is insanely powerful. He summons demons, which Clarf could technically survive with very little HP if he has full HP, but unfortunately he didn't, so I need to redo this fight. So this is one of the most difficult encounters if it doesn't work out immediately the way it should. Because those little mages, they can randomly teleport around the room, and I just hope that the one in front of me does not teleport, because that kind of throws my entire strategy into a bit of a ruckus. You don't need to use the chrono glass, but it makes it so significantly easier if the enemy cooperates initially. My goal is to throw a lightning bolt at the two golems and the little Lilith, as it is called, in order to take out the golems immediately and the Lilith, hopefully as well, if we get lucky with the damage rolls. Clarf is essentially just there. Oh, well, same thing again. So, alrighty, this kind of works because the Lilith, right? Don't do that! Oh my god, that's bad. If he is going to cast Demon now, that's bad for us. So those can just teleport around randomly. And they teleport around a lot right now, which is really inconvenient in fact. I try to take out those little mage guys as quick as I can, because they are just really dangerous. And unfortunately, Deitel decides to cast his demon ability once again. Everybody's dead, Cress should survive it. Oh, actually Clarf survived it too. That's actually better than usual. So, the reason why that was so bad that Cress ran all the way to the right, even though he didn't get hit, which by the way there was a real chance that Cress would just straight up get hit. The reason why that was so bad is because Deitel decides to only cast spells if there is a character close enough to him for him to, well, engage him in combat. So I want to stay relatively far away from Deitel, and right now, because I can continuously interrupt his spell casts, it is fine if he casts the demon ability. I use Clarf there as a shield in order for Cress to not take damage, and then just continuously throw lightning bolts until Deitel hopefully is dead. Use another flare bottle to increase my damage, and this is the best case scenario where he continuously tries to summon demons instead of doing anything else. Alrighty, he managed to defeat Deitel in the second attempt. That is kind of okay. And even the other two died, so Cress gets all the experience, which is actually beneficial to us. So after we defeat Deitel in a combat that is even casually really difficult with leveling up and doing stuff properly, it turns out the little lady here collapses after telling us, thank you for avenging me. And it turns out it was actually a spirit of the lady possessing the body of another young lady here. This other young lady, well, she's actually still alive. And it turns out her name is Archie. Archie allowed her best friend to take control over her body so she could somehow execute revenge over Deitel, who was, well, a really powerful guy and killed everybody in their village. So we got their revenge. Archie still lost their entire, well, her best friend essentially, and also the village where she went to have some friends and... yeah. Get out there, Chris. Either way, after a while, they decide to give our party here the remaining summon rings that will allow us to form summoning pacts with Undine and Gnome if we find them, that is. But also, Archie just straight up decides to join a party. It turns out the reason why her best friend could take control of her body is because she has magic abilities. She is in fact a half-elf. Half-elves can still cast magic, and she is one of the more clever and powerful ones, and also one of the more adventurous young ladies out there. Well, she decides to join our efforts in order for us to defeat dolls. And now we are a party of 4. Hey, our party is kind of full. So, after that little detour, we decide to try and move on wherever we need to go. And next up is Alvanista, where we initially wanted to go to. So, as it turns out, the sailor here is just kind of reluctant to go to Alvanista because there are so many monsters around, and he hasn't heard anything good. But we decide to convince him anyways, and, well, sail across the sea over to Alvanista, where we hope to find more allies. Also more information about summon spirits and stuff like. Essentially, Clarf knows that there's a lot of information hidden in Alvanista, where he can ask the scholars about more summon spirits, and since that is an ancient lost art, he will be able to explain to us as to, well, they will be able to explain to us as to where the summon spirits are residing and where the remaining summoning pacts rings are, since that is Clarf's way to contribute as a scholar and, well, magic user at this point. So on the boat here, we meet someone called Maya. Maya is pretty neat, but let me do some menu real quick before I do this. I use a holy bottle here. I decide to unequip everything of our Cress, so he has no longer anything equipped. I also forgot the shield again, like I do so often apparently. I equipped the jet boots here, so Cress will be able to run around quickly since he will be alone for a short while soon. Either way, Maya invites us to drink something, since the boat travel is pretty boring if you don't have any company or anything like that. He just kind of invites us for a little bit of a drink. Come by. So they discuss a few things, an hour later they are still having fun and drinking. Also, by the way, Clarf knows that there are the mines of Morlia, and apparently at the lowest floor there are more ancient artifacts which should allow him to form more summoning spirit pacts. We don't know exactly what there is, but that's the goal. 2 hours later they are still drinking, and Archie decides to start drinking something as well. 3 more hours later, Cress and Mint have gone to bed by now, and Archie has passed out on the table. In the meantime, Maya actually tells us a little secret. Maya is actually a secret agent who figured out that the prince in Alvanista has been possessed by one of Daal's demons, and that is likely the reason as to why Alvanista is not interfering in the battle against Daals. He's not supposed to tell that anyone, but because he's drunk he tells us anyways, because why not? In the meantime, Archie has a bit of a more special dream. But, well, Clarf just grabs her and throws her into the bed, essentially. Alrighty. Eventually everyone goes to bed, and we spend the night here. So apparently the Prince of Alvanista is being possessed by demons of Daals. That's pretty bad news for us since we tried to find allies against ours. Midgard, by the way, is a big city, and is the only one weaponized enough and strong enough to stand up against Daos and Daos' army currently. Also, in the middle of the night, Maya comes to us and has a knife hidden. For some reason, Clarf is actually spiritual, or just kind of recognizes something is really wrong and punches Maya before he can do anything bad to Crest, since, well, they know now about the demon that is possessing, and somehow we figure out that there's actually another demon here possessing poor Maya. So I decide to die here quickly because this ends the scene quicker, and what it turns out is that Clarf and the rest of the party managed to dispose of Maya, who unfortunately didn't survive being possessed by a demon, and threw him overboard. So the demon is no more, but, well, now we are the only ones who actually know that the prince is being possessed by a demon. So Clarf and Mint and Archie and Crest decide to figure out something they can do against that. So how can they safely and securely enter the castle of Alvanista? They don't actually have a good reason to do so without removing their disguise, or, well, yeah, in short, they have no clue how to do that. But thankfully, we have another plan. But before we do that, here I'm going to be doing a detour. This is a detour purely for speed. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to be going out of my way, and this loses technically about 1 minute 20 seconds over, well, not doing this really. But the next boss encounter would actually be really difficult if I didn't have any good preparation for it, and good preparation we will get. So, I decide to take the ship over there, over to the desert area, and this will allow me to go over here. This is Olive Village. In Olive Village I can restock my holy bottles. Give me a second, restocking holy bottles real quick after using one of them. So, and now we go. From Olive Village, we decide to go all the way over to Midgard. Midgard is a city that you kind of eventually discover where it is, but we already know where it is. And it's pretty far away, but it's well worth the detour. So you might be wondering, why does it only cost 1 minute 20 seconds? By the way, we pick up an item called a mental ring here. It's basically 16,000 gold for us. The reason why we want to make this big detour is to get really crazy powerful weapons and armor. The tool assisted speedrun even does that, because apparently the weapon is well worth the detour, and so we do that the same in RTA. However, we do that before we defeat the boss. The TAS actually defeats the boss before we go there. So here, I need to sell some items and get enough money for us to be able to afford everything we need. I sell the shield and mental ring. Make sure we have enough money. We do have enough money, good. Alright, use a rune bottle on a charm bottle, which allows us to then get 50% discount. Where's my rune bottles? There we go. Charm bottles here. 50% discounts in the shop here, which will allow us to buy all the really expensive armor for Crest. Only for Crest. We are only going to buy equipment for Crest. And a mecha halberd. That piece of equipment is worth 22,000 gold, which is insanely expensive. However, it will allow us to do more things. So, alrighty. I'm going to tell everybody to not do anything in combat, strategy-wise, until I tell them. I keep the formation as it is, that is okay. I use a holy bottle to not encounter encounters. I also need to equip Crest with the new equipment that we just bought. And I also need to give him the Persian boots now, so he will have better defense instead of the running boots, since that running section is over, and then we save and reset. So saving and resetting here actually allows me to manipulate encounters reliably, which means saving and resetting will allow me to specifically get one encounter that we will need later anyways. So let me explain this real quick. There are basilisks in the desert, which are pretty powerful enemies, as in really strong, and I manipulate them to appear right here. So what I'm essentially doing here is I defeat a few basilisks, but more importantly I defeat them alone with Cress, so he gains all the experience from the battle. I hit him a few times and then just feed everybody else to the basilisk, so, well, they will get taken out within time. It doesn't matter whether they are petrified or dead, as long as they are no longer active in combat, they will not receive experience, which is my entire goal here. And Cress now gets an amazing and massive amount of experience just all for himself, and learns some new abilities. Then I go into my menu here, after walking a little bit further. Go into my menu here, I use a dark bottle to increase the encounter rate, save, and reset. I will need to fight 5 basilisks at some point in the story anyways, because basilisks always drop, well, basilisk scales, as you might be able to imagine from the name, and I need 5 basilisk scales to progress the story a bit later. What that will be for, you will see. Either way, with the new ridiculously powerful weapon and equipment, I can actually take on basilisks just all by myself if I get lucky enough. Sometimes the basilisk decides to actually petrify me with Cress, and that means I just automatically lose, or he can also stun me and combo me to death if he is that quick. Normally that doesn't happen, but sometimes it can. So either way, I need to heal up Cress real quick, just for safety, and also remove the poison. And also increase his magic save, reset. That was the second basilisk. 3 more. So now stuff about combat system, which I haven't talked about yet. So there are long and short range abilities. So you have your basic attack and long range abilities and short range abilities. Both your basic attacks can also be long and short range depending on wherever you are. Either way, long range attacks are just specific skills, like the lightning bolt. I can only use the lightning bolt on long range, kind of like I only can do a jumping attack on long range. There is no way for me to use the lightning bolt in close melee range, and they actually use the same button for melee for abilities that are close range and long range. It's literally dependent on how far away from the enemy I am. So all I'm doing here is I kind of try to balance being as close to the enemy as possible without being actually in close range, otherwise I cannot use the lightning bolt, since my basic attack here without the lightning bolt is just kind of weak. So this game is a bit more restricted than newer Tales games, and is also kind of rough around the edges in terms of combat system. It's a bit more cutthroat, a little bit less refined, a little bit less defined. So, alright, I believe that was the 4th basilisk, so we need to have 1 more, yep. Just check how many basilisk scales I had, and I have 4, which means I need 1 more. So this little section here is taking way more than 1 minute 20, right? However, because I'm doing this right now, instead of later, I just kind of do this earlier than before, which is something I would do at some point anyways. I would get equipment from Midgard, and I would go and defeat the basilisks before I actually technically need them, because that is kind of more efficient to do right now. So, Cress learned a few new abilities, and I'm also going to be equipping those. So he had a new short range ability, the Tiger Fang, and the Sword Rain. I think this is Sword Rain, I don't know which one it is actually. Then I need to use the Holy Bottle, and we move on. But before I go on, it's actually a bit more efficient if I go in here first. This is Ifrit's Cave. Ifrit's Cave allows me to just kind of go through half of it and then go out of it again. So in here we find a new item called the Sorcerer's Ring. Sorcerer's Ring is actually pretty special and unique in that it allows me to use that little beam, whatever you want to call it, outside of combat. So I use a Holy Bottle here, equip Mint with the... that was Archie. Excuse me, Archie, you're not supposed to equip that. I equip Mint with the Sorcerer's Ring. Actually, let me just equip it here, because might as well. I already used the Holy Bottle, that's okay. Oh, shoot. Mint is supposed to keep the sprint boots. Whatever. That alleviates a problem for later in menu. So, alrighty. I pick up some more items here, which allow me to do more things. Use a holy bottle. And as I said, I don't technically have to go here. In fact, I cannot even complete this dungeon yet. However, what going here early kind of allows me to do is pick up some item. I just picked up a battle rune, which allows Crest to deal 10% more damage. And me just going in here allows me to kind of use the holy bottles that I currently have a bit more efficiently than usual. Since, well, that would otherwise be kind of difficult to use. Since I need to go and restock on holy bottles for the next section anyways, it is more efficient if I can use the current set of holy bottles up a bit more efficiently. Buy new holy bottles. Here I buy some flare bottles. Make sure I have enough money. I do. And then we go. Alrighty, this was a pretty lengthy detour, but it was well worth the effort, because now I'm well equipped to face the next boss. Which is one of those enemies that is just kind of ridiculous to deal with casually, if you don't know exactly what you're doing, or maybe if you have better equipment already. So Jamir can go really south if, well, that happens, and in that case I'm just going to go real quick save here and hope that doesn't happen in the end. Alrighty, now we just kind of continue where we left off. Maverick, thank you very much for the host, I really appreciate that. Welcome everybody, and I hope you enjoy your evening. Where we left off last time here was we need to figure out how to remove the possession, as in the demon possessing the prince. So we need to infiltrate the castle. They're not just going to let us in there. What we can do, in fact, is, well, we can actually fly up the wall, because Archie is actually flying on a broom. And Archie flying on a broom can certainly bring us up the wall, right? So let's just go there. Archie is not exactly happy about that, because that is ridiculously hard work for her. But hey, we do what we have to do, and just kind of use that efficiently. Good evening, Metal Bear, and good evening, Kantorumia, and everybody else that has joined us recently. I hope you're having a lovely evening. And I'm focusing a bit more on commentary today than I usually do, so if you have any questions or anything like that, feel free to ask them. I try to answer that as soon as possible. So, alrighty, here we enter the prince's chamber, and he's just kind of going, "Guards! Guards, there are strangers in my room." Naturally he would do that, whether he's possessed or not. But Archie has a pretty good eye and also sense for demons, and it turns out that little bird over there is the demon in disguise, and this is Jamir. Jamir is one of the more ridiculous demons to deal with. She has two little companions, and trying to deal with the companions is actually pretty rough. I need that them to run away. Run away? Run away, please. Okay, that's less than ideal, but it's also not too bad. Just waste a little bit of time. Going to heal up here with Cress real quick. Come on, get away, please. No, stop it. Oh, the little guys are really not cooperating. Usually they just run back as soon as they can. Get away. Okay, she is targeting Archie. I'm okay with this. Get back there. No. Kind of have them where I want them to be. Unfortunately, the demon in the back, it didn't exactly get killed. So, in the meantime, I'm going to use the Tiger Blade here to help me defeat her. And me killing off all of my allies is actually intended. That is what I want to have happen. Because Cress with his weapon is ridiculously powerful, and he wants to get all the experience. And that's what I can give him. So, alrighty, that was Jamir. Cress, because he has such ridiculous equipment, he barely takes any damage in comparison to how much normally he takes. He gets a lot more experience than everybody else, levels up actually overlevels compared to the enemies, and deals insane damage. Either way, we defeat the demon, and the prince kind of wakes up from his possession. And he reacts the exact same way as before, just calls the guards, guards, there are strangers in my room. And of course you get thrown into the jail if you are just kind of infiltrating a prince's room in the middle of the night. Which is pretty understandable, isn't it? Either way. After a while, the royal advisor, Runglom, which is the guy on the left here, just stepping towards us, actually comes and gets us out of the jail cell. Both the king, Runglom, and also the queen actually knew that the prince was possessed. That was the reason as to why they could not help out Midgard in their efforts on battling against Stas. So it turns out they are pretty happy that we managed to kill the demon. And we also get rewarded with a legendary spear Gungnir, which unfortunately is a pretty terrible weapon in comparison to what we have, and a new book for Klarf, which is not too shabby. But we don't equip him, so we never use it. So afterwards, we get rewarded, and we also gain a new pact ring, which allows us to form a pact with Ifrit, which we would have liked to have a little bit earlier, but it's not too much of a big loss to only get it now. So either way, we need to ask one of those guys here, this guy here, about the whereabouts of Andini. If we don't know where Andini is, we cannot actually go there. Because now we are actually looking to form summoning pacts with the spirits. What we actually requested from the king is to be able to... Oopsie, wrong way. Is to gain access to... the Mines of Morlia. The king happily grants us the access to the Mines of Morlia, so we can go spelunking and explore what is down there. But more importantly, once we actually would go into the Mines of Morlia, we would learn that we actually couldn't go particularly far in there. So that is kind of why we need to make this detour. Because we are speedrunning, we already know we need all the 4 summon spirits of the basic elements, earth, wind, water and fire, in order to progress further down there. So that's what we do right now. So we enter Gnome's Cave here, which by the way you learned that from a guy in the underground. As to the whereabouts of this, we use a random thing here because we don't need it. We also need to... Oh, I should have stocked up on orange gummies, apple gummies. I'll do that in the next city. I need to... I already have a chronoglass. When did I do that? Whatever, it's okay. So we go into Gnome's Cave, you would learn about the combination and the whereabouts here. In basically the pub you also go to visit in order for you to learn as to where you can get your permission to enter the Mines of Morlia. So, then in Gnome's Cave we find this little guy. Those little guys are usually kind of rude, but this guy is a bit polite and asks us, hey, can you please help me find my friends? I am kind of a little bit lost. And it says, sure, we can do that. Those other guys running around here, when you get into their vicinity, so to speak, they try and attack you. They are just kind of NPCs. If you touch them, you get into combat. You don't want that to have happen. Because, well, you don't want to have any unnecessary combat. So we do this. I'm just kind of pathing this little guy. It's a little escort mission, the only one of its kind, by the way. And it's not even that long. Just around here. There are also no random encounters in this dungeon whatsoever, so I don't need to worry about refreshing the holy bottle either. So, alrighty. We get into this cutscene as early as possible, because that speeds up the little guy and he runs up a little bit quicker, which is nice. And they just run away. Before they were kind of blocking our way, and as I said, those little guys are really rude about whatever they are saying. Also, they have a weird mechanism here. They actually have an alarm here. They have no clue what the alarm is for, they just have an alarm, so whenever they get pulled, they just kind of go over there and check. Who pulled the alarm? Why did you pull the alarm? No clue. What happened? So either way, we encounter the next summon spirit, Gnome. Gnome is very special. He is the reason why we want to use another chronoglass. He is weak against lightning, as you might imagine, but more importantly, Gnome, if you let him do his own thing, he's actually... oh no. Please? Alrighty. I actually messed up the menu there. I should have used a flare bottle to guarantee the kill on the last hit there. But the reason why you want to kill Gnome with a chronoglass, he is not strong at all, but he's annoying. Whenever Gnome attacks you, he transforms into a separate rocket, and he's completely untargetable, and you cannot damage him until he joins back together. And he can be back together for 1 second or 10 seconds, and then he can be attacking you for 10 seconds to a minute. It just takes ages on average, unless you get super lucky. So either way, we just use the lightning bolt ability to make sure that we can kill him before anything weird happens, and kill him really quickly. So, that means we now have the Summon Spirit of Earth with Gnome, and we move on through, well, further areas. Next station is going to be, we already learned where Andini is. Andini is on an island just north of Venezia. So we go back to Venezia. We took a boat, which is by the way a one-way boat. We cannot go the other way in this boat. Towards essentially Cress's home village, but well, it's the past, so it's not really his home village. You get the idea. And that's where we end up in. Also, as I said, I should have replenished his apple gummies, so I can actually heal Cress without Mint being alive, which I kind of forgot to do. So I will need to make a small detour here in order to buy some more supplies. Which, by the way, this is pretty much the worst town to make a detour in, since you have to go through 2 screen transitions. Pretty far out of your way to get there. So it's kind of silly to forget that. So, apple gummies, orange gummies. Here we go. At least we have guaranteed enough money for that. So that's a plus. So, either way. Now we go to Andini's cave, and Andini's cave is a pretty good place for me to illustrate as to what I'm doing in a speedrun for the Holy Bottle route once again. Hey everybody, hope you guys are doing well. So, alrighty, we arrive in Andini's domain. What we do here, once again, if you missed it earlier, I'm using a Holy Bottle to increase my amount of steps I have to 255 walking steps, or that is 127 running steps. So I'm just running 120 steps or so, and then start walking or use another Holy Bottle. Then I use a Holy Bottle before I press this switch specifically. For some reason, pressing switches or interacting with objects like walls and stuff like that increases your step counter by 1. So what that means is 255 steps is actually the maximum you can possibly have in this game for how many steps there are until you get into an encounter. If you have one more, however, 255 plus 1, it overflows the step counter and gives you 0. You have 0 steps until you get into the next encounter. Which means, because you didn't get into an encounter at that specific step, that means you will never get into an encounter anymore for that remainder of the room. And because the Holy Bottle aura is still active, the next time the game re-rolls as to see how many steps you can take until you get into the next encounter is always going to be 255 more. So essentially, me using the Holy Bottle in this room sets the step counter to 0 because I use a switch right after. And the next time I get into an area with encounters, like this room here, I have 255 steps, or well, 127 running steps, until I get an encounter. Also, these rooms here down there are safe zones, which have no encounters at all in the first place. So before I go and encounter Andini, I need to do something. I need to equip Persian boots, because Andini is not a nice lady. She is actually really mean and can mess you up really quickly, which is also why I'm saving before I go and encounter her. She's also a bit of a... she doesn't like mornings, let's put it that way. So what I'm doing here is I flip the switch, fill her domain with water, that wakes up Andini, and she just kind of goes, "Who woke me up? That was really rude," and just kind of goes, "Now you get some." Andini is not nice. He's a bit of a mean person. So my strategy is very specific for Andini. It's also kind of dangerous, which is why I saved before going here. and I actually managed to get my setup here. I now have my hitbox wedged into Andini, which allows me to repeatedly attack. So unfortunately the Kalimari, or whatever you want to call that thing, is actually kind of interfering with my attacks here by hitting me instead of getting hit. Alrighty, there we go, that's what I want. Sometimes, for some reason, don't ask me why, whenever I'm attacking Andini, while I'm standing inside her hitbox, also those slugs are brutal, while I'm standing inside her hitbox, she decides to kind of hit me back. Cress goes into a getting hit animation without actually getting hit, and well... It's weird, it's a bit of a quirk in game mechanics if you stand inside an boss's hitbox and just hit the boss, and he kind of reacts with you, so it interrupts your attack, which is by the way a bit faster, which is nice. Either way, we managed to defeat Andini, and here, essentially the summon spirits, when you explain to them why you want to form a pact, also, there are no more encounters in this entire area, since we now have Andini on our side, they kind of want to see whether you are worthy to form a summon spirit pact with them, and we, well, need to battle against the various summon spirits in order to prove our value, so we can then subsequently recruit them in our party, and now we will have them as our allies in the battle against Daos, which will be somewhat handy, somewhat useful, mostly just kind of, they are there, that's nice. So we go back, and now the last summon spirit that is missing from our party is Ifrit, the fire summon spirit. Before we go and try to recruit him, we will need to also go and get the permission to enter the Mines of Moria. So the king already ordered the people to give us a permission, we just need to go and grab it. So we'll need to make a quick detour into a pub inside Alvanista. And also at the same time I'm going to... No, actually, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do that later. Never mind. If he talks, he will warm up to you. Oh, I like that. I'm actually going to get very close to Ifrit, I can promise you that much. So, alrighty. We are back in Alvanista. As I said, we need to go and get the permission to enter the Mines of Moria, which we will be doing right after we get Ifrit. And so we go down here, ask this guy here, we have permission on our name. Thank you very much, sir. So, and we also learned that the Mines of Moria is a place adventurers really like to go, because, well, there are tons of treasures hidden there, but it's also a super puzzling dungeon and no one has managed to reach the lowest floor yet. So, well, we are going to be the first ones, aren't we? At least that's the plan. So I use another holy bottle, and we move on. Holy bottles are just insanely good in this game, as long as you know how to use them. Also, if you are not aware that running inside dungeons and stuff, it essentially reduces your step counters 2 times a step. And you try to run through dungeons casually, that encounter rate is actually kind of insane. So it is pretty ridiculous that you can even do this without even getting into any random encounters whatsoever, as long as you're doing the stuff correctly. So either way, I'm going to use another holy bottle here, and also, before I go on anything else, I'm going to equip the battle rune again, so Crest deals 10% more damage. Andini is the only spirit that I really worry about, and she is pretty powerful, but Ifrit and Gnome are easy praise. I use a holy bottle in front of this door, opening it also increases my step counter, so we overload, so we can run around in this room without any encounters whatsoever. And here we have Ifrit. Once again, we need to prove our value. And Ifrit is, interestingly, one of the easier bosses. You just walk up to him, into his hitbox, and then we do the same thing. As you can see, my attacks get interrupted as long as I'm inside his hitbox. I will wiggle a little bit back and forth in order for me to make sure that I don't go too far. And boom, I get the new ability as well. That ability I just gained is Gale Shield, and you will see a fair bit of it because it's ridiculously powerful. As long as you can get the setup for it, that is. So, well then. Ifrit has been defeated. He joins our party. And we are ready to enter one of the lengthier dungeons, the Mines of Moria. Alrighty, before we enter the Mines of Moria, we want to restock our supplies, more specifically the holy bottles. What I'm going to be doing here is I will be using a holy bottle just here, so it lasts into the dungeon, and just restock 15 holy bottles, which will basically be enough to get through the Mines of Moria. If we had 20, it would be more efficient, but we don't have 20, so we need to be very, very efficient with our steps. Alrighty. And here we go. Into the Mines of Moria, which is one of the lengthy dungeons. The tool-assisted speedrun actually splits this dungeon up into two portions, where it is going in here twice and just kind of goes out of it halfway, which is kind of inefficient. I'm pretty sure going it on the inside of it only once is more efficient. So I'm equipping a new ability, the Gale Shield here. Overflow the step counter in this room, then we walk in this room. So in quite a few areas I need to actually be pretty focused and precise as to how I do my stepping. I need to use a lot of walking instead of just running. By the way, pushing and pulling statues or heavy objects depletes your step counter twice as quick as well, so you need to be kind of careful about that. Use a holy bottle to overflow the step counter with this switch. And this is actually a technique I use a lot in this area to allow me to essentially do a lot. Also here, I'm the wrong place. Use a holy bottle, step on the switch, which also overflows the step counter. Then I do this. I wiggle down and back up immediately within 4 frames, which allows me to actually skip an entire puzzle that I would need to do normally, which is a really small skip, but hey, it's a skip, so it's nice. Here once again, use a holy bottle, then interact with this torch, which allows me to once again overflow step counter, zeros and counters in here, and then we walk. This is the important one. I have 5 steps of leeway, which is basically nothing. Up, up, down, down, left, right, left, right. 5 steps of leeway is basically nothing, so I need to be extremely careful when I do the stepping. Push the switch to open the door on the left. We should be fine here. Tap on this switch. Boom. Even though the switch doesn't do anything or it's already activated, you can still overflow your step counter with this. And here we go. 0 steps in here. We can just run through the rest here. We run through here. Need to walk a little bit because I had to dodge the lizard. Go up here. Run out here. Before we step on the switch again, overflow the step counter just a little. 255 steps in this room. Or 127 running steps for that matter. I messed up a little bit, so I need to be a bit more careful. Because movement in here, as I said, it's ridiculously fast, so doing this properly is kind of difficult. Use the holy bottle dash, allows me to get here, activate the torch, and get teleported into this series of rooms. So this series of rooms, also interacting with the sign from the side, overflows my step counter as well. I need to pick up the chests, but if I try to go directly and pick them up, it will not work. I will get teleported out of the room without me picking up the chests. So I need to actually go all the way around them, then pick up the chest, and that will trigger the next room coming up. I just picked up a yellow cake, which is an insanely powerful item. If you can't use it in battle, it is the most powerful fire spell that you can use in battle. Also, I can run a little bit in this room here. Pick up a chest here, that is a broom for Archie, which actually I will be equipping. Brooms are for Archie's physical damage, which you might think she doesn't do a whole lot, but actually just enough to be relevant. Use a holy bottle here, equip the broom. I also equip stuff basically directly whenever I try to pick it up, because this makes it green in my inventory and easier to find. I do not actually know Japanese. I just memorize the symbols and the characters and stuff like that to know what I'm seeing. However, it is way easier to find stuff if you actually see it in your inventory as green, since you just recently picked it up. Holy bottle overflow here once again. Light up the torches with the sorcerer's ring. By the way, this is the reason why you need the sorcerer's ring. You cannot do this without the sorcerer's ring. By the way, this is a trap. Don't try to light up this torch. It will sap you. Holy bottle before we step on the switch. The switch, whatever it doesn't matter to us. I just wanted to overflow my step counter, and we run through the spikes. They never actually kill you, so it's okay. Then here, we run through this room. I always need to remember which room this is. And here. Once again, this switch, technically it puts out flames if there were flames, but for my purposes, I use it to overflow the step counter so I can run a bit further instead of just walking. Running is literally twice as fast as walking, as mentioned before. I walk every 4 frames I walk 1 step, which is half a tile, or I run twice as fast. I need 2 frames. So I run onto this switch. As I said, it's already pressed, but stepping on it overflows my step count anyway, so I can run the rest of the room without having to worry about anything. Which I'm actually kind of wondering whether that's even necessary to step on that switch for it. Either way, we pick up a new ring here, which is a summon ring for making a pact with Maxwell. You don't know about Maxwell yet, but we will learn about him here, in fact. So, Maxwell, the lord of all earthly elements, which is fire, water, earth and wind, is actually residing in the depths of the cave as the keymaster, which is guarding the treasure room just behind there. The door will only open if we manage to summon the elements in the other rooms. This is actually something Archie can translate here. Since she's a half-elf, she actually knows a little bit of Elvish. And this is an ancient Elvish language. She doesn't have a lot of experience in, well, reading it, and so the other guys are making a bit funny faces at her, which she's really not happy about. Alrighty. In this room here, Clark summons the spirits in the appropriate directions. You are given a little bit of a riddle here as to where you need to summon the spirits. So it is Gnome bottom, it is going to be Undini on the left, Ifrit on top, and Sylph on the right. I just happen to know that, it's always the same. Do elves know Japanese then? Well, I mean, probably those two. Ifrit. And then, as mentioned, Maxwell will get summoned. So, it's actually a bit of a surprise to us. I already spoiled it a little bit here. Maxwell will also want to test our abilities. So initially he says he wants to test our abilities, whether we are worthy to enter the treasury room and gain access to the treasures that have been stored here since ages. So that means Maxwell will want to test us, and well, we will probably prove worthy. Just because I am a bit scared, I'm going to save here. Maxwell is usually just really tame as a boss, but sometimes he can be a bit mean. Either way, this is Maxwell. He tells us, yeah, we've done well to fulfill all the tasks and figure out all the riddles. Now, this is the test, where he wants to test our abilities himself. Like before, in Ifrit, I move into his hitbox just far enough that it interrupts Cress' attack. Unfortunately, that only works from the right side, so if Maxwell decides to go on the other side, that's kind of unfortunate. So, also, go through me again, please? No? Okay. Also, whenever you see me using the menu, that is most often if I'm just this quick to use flare bottles, because that allows me to deal 30% more damage. Whenever you see that red swirl around Cress, that is 30% more damage. And here, Maxwell has been defeated. No problem. And then the Gaming Cat is now hosting you for a bunch of years. Thank you, I really appreciate that. Welcome everybody, good evening, and I hope you're having a lovely evening so far. We are running through Tales of Phantasia for the Super Nintendo, while I try to recite the story. Either way, Clark here is actually pretty surprised because he expected to have the summon spirit of the earthly elements and maybe Luna later on, which is one of the reasons why we went in here, to be able to gain the rings for summoning Luna. But he even gains access to Maxwell, which by the way turns out to be way more powerful than Luna. Fun fact. Either way, we gain access to the treasury here, which by the way has a pretty fancy background. And we find 2 rings that are completely broken. Those broken rings, we have no idea what to do with them, but we cannot use them to access anything or summon anything, so what do we do with them? Oh, I don't need that chest. Okay. Well, we need to kind of figure out how can we repair those rings in order to form more summoning pacts. We don't exactly know, but we'll see. Either way, here, this is the intended use of the switch. But once again, I'm using it to overload the step count for the most part. I don't care about the flames much. Since I overload the step counter in this room, I can run through the entirety of it. And then we run all the way up. Conveniently enough, there are stairs that lead all the way back to the surface, which are usually closed off, unless you already reach the appropriate floor and open the door specifically for it. And we are back on floor 1. From here, we go back to Alvanista and ask Runeglom. He may know more about how to repair those rings, since currently they are completely useless to us. Or maybe he will be more informative to us. Also, in the science laboratory, which by the way, this is the laboratory doing magic tech and science and stuff like that, there are a bunch of half-elves in here, and this half-elf here specifically teaches us, or more specifically, she teaches Archie the spell of Thunderblade, which is a pretty decent AoE lightning spell, which I will be wanting to use later. Here, Runeglom just kind of explains to us, those rings, I'm not entirely sure what they want to do with those or what we could do with those, but there is a guy who has been researching Elven and other artifacts since a long time. His name is Edward, he's a good friend of mine. If I write you a letter, he will probably be opening up to you and explain to you what to do, since he is not usually the trusty kind of guy. So Runeglom gives us a letter which we will be able to ask Edward as to what we can do. Also, Cress is just kind of hearing a weird voice in his head. You are not the owner of this. You need to give it back. And well, do we have another rune bottle? Holy bottle? I think we have. No, we don't. I need to buy new ones. I need to buy new holy bottles here. And at the same time as buying holy bottles, I'm going also to buy a few rune bottles, more like 2 or 3. Because this will allow me to... Oopsie. Do some more item transformations later. So, alrighty, here's another holy bottle here, and as you could see, Cress has done the entire section of combat just all by himself. So he is reasonably well leveled, but everybody else is just really, really low level, but that's okay. We only need Cress for the most part. So, here we arrive at Edward's house, but unfortunately he is actually not at home. His maid or fiancée, I actually don't know what it is, just tells us he's currently in the desert. He is actually looking for stuff for his ingredients. So more specifically, I'm just going to spoil that a little bit, since most of the people watching this might probably not necessarily know Japanese. Edward de Morrison went to the desert because he is assumedly looking for ingredients, basilisk scales. But what he's really looking for is adventurers and people that are powerful enough and willing to join his army against Owls. So he's looking for people to bring him basilisk scales, because those are really difficult to come by. Basilisks are kind of rare and also really crazy powerful. So that way we can prove ourselves to be worthy to join his efforts to defeat stuff. So here, this man in the town just told us, Edward? Yeah, Edward actually was here. He went to the oasis to the south. We go to the oasis to the south and ask this guy, hey, have you seen Edward? Yeah, he went to the oasis in the east. And then we meet another guy who tells us he went to the oasis in the north. Either way, Edward just kind of doesn't seem to show up easily. So what we are told afterwards is that in case we manage to bring him the ingredients, which sufficient amount of basilisk scales, which is what we hunted earlier, that's why we went to get 5 basilisk scales, we will be able to contact Edward, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing here. We are going to give those basilisk scales to the innkeeper. He promises us to contact Edward for us, and well, we will be able to talk to him and also ask him about how to repair those rings. We need to actually wait for the morning until Edward appears, so we just kind of take a nap. So, in the morning we get called, and here Edward has arrived, kids. And Edward looks a whole lot like someone else we know, if you notice. This is Edward de Morrison. Edward de Morrison is actually from history books from Cress and Mint's time, the hero that managed to defeat Dawes and his army. He played a major role in the war against him. However, it turns out he looks exactly like Tornix de Morrison. It's not just a resemblance or a figure of it, it seems to be very precise, which kind of you could expect from an ancestor of Tornix de Morrison, but kind of raises a few questions. Either way, he is essentially not initially willing to help us, since our story to him is a little bit crazy. You are from 100 years in the future, what are you doing? Cress, however, then stands on the book instead of giving it to him, I'm not sure why. Sometimes he actually gives it to him, and explains to him, this is the book we got from Tornix de Morrison. Tornix de Morrison is your successor about 100 years in the future, and after reading through the books for a short while, Edward de Morrison finally believes you and tells you, that must be real. So he has actually been doing research on time magic, Edward de Morrison has, and well, he decides to not read any further in the book because that might kind of destroy. He does not want to know what is going to happen, because that might be really bad for him one way or another. We don't exactly know why. Either way, he decides to believe us and also accept us as the warriors that will help in the battle against Dawes, and he tells us to go to the Elven village in order for us to be able to prepare the rings, and he's also going to expect us in Midgard. Midgard is the city that is fully armed and also uses Makitech technology, which is basically magic technology, machines that use mana in order to battle against Dawes. So they are willing to fight, and he is going to expect us over there. Alrighty, and that means we need to get into the Elven Forest, which, by the way, we need to have a permission to enter the Elven Forest, and only officials are allowed to contact the elves. So, it turns out the elves actually really don't like the humans at all, because of stuff that happened in the past that we don't exactly know much about. Either way, they only want to interact with humans if they are officially from, well, Alvanista, the royal family. So Runeglum promises us to create a crest that proves that we are essentially officials from Alvanista, but he needs to have a day for us to prepare that, and he will give that to us. And Pupil, thank you! Thank you for such a long time of support. Thank you so much. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much. Alrighty, Runeglom helps us get into the Elven Forest. However, half-elves are absolutely not permitted to enter the Elven Forest. All half-elves that trespass their territory are sentenced to death and executed on the spot. Or at least that's the idea. So, we acquire the Royal Alvanista emblem, and now we are basically officials from Alvanista, which is convenient since that will allow us to go into various areas, including the Elven Forest. However, since Archie is a half-elf and she's absolutely not allowed into the forest, we need to kind of leave her behind a little bit. Thank you, Pupil. Also greetings to you, Flom, and greetings to anybody else who has joined us. Lean back, relax, and enjoy the story. And thank you, Kantarumia. I appreciate that too, even though you probably cannot hear me anymore. So, alrighty. We decide to move into the Elven Forest now. With Archie just kind of staying behind. She promised to stay in the inn, and she's going to be a good little lady and certainly not sneak behind us, right? Of course she is. She's kind of that wild type of person. 1, 2, 3. So, I took 3 steps up, and then the 4 steps will activate this guard running towards us, which is kind of go, hey, you need official badges to... Oh, you actually have official badges, which is a little portion that actually allows me to overflow the step counter in the previous room, which allows me to only use a single holy bottle to go through the entirety of this section here. Mint, at some point, just kind of realizes, hey, wasn't there something pink hovering behind that tree over there? We kind of turn around and see nothing. And then the guards at the entrance just kind of go, halt! What is your business? And we want to talk with the leader of the Elven village, who might be able to tell us what to do with those rings. Clark presents him those rings, and he tells us, you want to repair those? Meet me at the north exit of the village. And well, that's what we are going to be doing. North exit of the village. Please, sir, get out of my way. Here he is. And this is the Tree and Forest. A pretty lengthy and kind of complicated weird dungeon. But not all that bad if you know where to go. So, I need to focus a little bit here. Also, this little thing is they are called bush babies. The reason why I need to focus is because my step counter, or the holy bottle route, is actually pretty precise. So I need to be kind of careful how I'm moving, so I don't step too far and accidentally get into an encounter, since the further I get into the game, accidental encounters are more and more dangerous. And we really want to avoid those dangerous things. So, we move over here. And we arrive at the place of origin. If you just know where to go, it's pretty easy. The place of origin allows us to repair the rings, which is really convenient. Right? But not just like that. So, the leader of the Elven people just kind of explains to us the rings were forged by a pact between the dwarves, and only the origin can repair and restore those into their original state. Origin is kind of like a mysterious creature that you may have gotten a glimpse of just now. Either way, the Elven leader prays to Origin, and the rings have been restored successfully because this is the place of origin. And we receive the rings. Fun fact, there is actually a chest hidden behind this table there, black box, whatever thingy. Manuscript, tablet. But we don't need the chest. We need this chest here for a little bit of more money. Actually, we don't need it usually, but it's just for safety. Oopsie. I need to walk a little bit here because I messed up the steps. Alrighty, and now we just move out of the Tree and Forest. I used to actually make a pretty large detour inside the Tree and Forest, which would allow me to gain another hourglass. As you could see, hourglasses are crazy powerful in this game. Meow. Bush babies make meow like a kitty. Pretty cute. Hourglasses are pretty powerful, but it is a bit further out of the way than necessary. And we don't need that many. So here, all of a sudden when we return, we hear a guard. Master! A half-elf has snuck into a territory, and well, we know this half-elf. Archie, why are you here? Now, well, she's being sentenced to death. Because she's not supposed to trespass. But all of a sudden, this elven woman actually storms out of the inn. She's actually the innkeeper and decides to go, "Leader, please, don't harm her. She doesn't know what she's doing. Instead, just kind of, I take her place. If you need to kill someone, kill me." And it takes a little while, but Archie eventually realizes what just happened. That was her mother. She never met her mother before. She's never seen her. She thought she was dead. And yet there was. But now, well, because of our little missteps, she is likely no more. Poor little Archie. So, either way, we have those rings repaired, and now we move all the way back. And now we go to Midgard, where Edward D. Morrison is actually expecting us. And we will be joining Midgard in the battle against Daos. And that is going to be the plan for now. And something like that, no. You can very much say that. But it has a different reason in the story other than just kind of preferences. They have a reason for their, let's say, racism, because really this is kind of racism. Discriminating against half-elves, that is. So before I go here, I need to real quick use a rune bottle on... Where are my rune bottles? This is part of the problem of me not actually knowing Japanese, by the way. That's how I use those. There's my rune bottle. So, alrighty. I'm going to sell some more items here to make sure that I can afford whatever I'm buying here. I buy a whole lot of new holy bottles before I continue shopping. I buy this thing here, and battle rune, and a mystic symbol. Alrighty. Oh, hang on. I almost forgot. I need to actually use one holy bottle here already. I already have that equipped. I use a rune bottle. Where are my rune bottles? There are my rune bottles on the mist jewel. And let me actually look for my menu. Where's my menu? And then we go and equip stuff. So Archie here is going to equip the mystic rune that we just received, and also receives an onyx, increases her HP by 30%. Mint... No, Mint doesn't do anything. Clarf receives the Mist Jewel, which allows us 50% quicker to run away from battles. Buy one more holy bottles, because this is 15 plus 1 holy bottles, and then we go. Since you actually cannot purchase holy bottles in Midgard. So this holy bottle set here has to last long enough to last through 2 dungeons. One of them is pretty large too, so there will be a fair bit of walking, but it will be long enough. Also, I'm going in here and back out of here to reset the holy bottle step counter to reset back up to 255 steps before we get into the counter. Otherwise I would not be able to reach here. So, we are supposed to go to Midgard. If you go to Midgard first, there will be a little fairy type guy who is going to steal your royal crest of Alvanista, and the guards will not let you into the castle. And the fairy guy will just kind of go, haha, if you want it back, come to the moon reading tower. I'm kind of bored. He literally does that because he is bored. He also looks lonely. So, we already know we need to go here. Also, convenient enough, we do have the summoning pact ring for Luna, and Luna is supposed to be residing in this tower as well. So that's where we're going next. Alrighty, the gimmick of this area here is that I think I may have made a mistake here. No, it should be fine. The gimmick of this area is here that we need to change the background music in order to... Yeah, I made a mistake. Too many mistakes, in fact. So this is the first unintended encounter, which is pretty ugly, since it could be a lot worse though. Those enemies are kind of strong, but not too bad. It's likely faster for me to fight them instead of trying to defeat them. Wait, try to run from them. That's what I meant to say. Fight them instead of defeat them? Wait, what? But I've actually not usually fight those guys, so it's a bit weird to try and fight them at all. Oh, it's okay now. Alrighty. Managed to defeat them, I even get a question mark sword for whatever that is worth. Alrighty, I need to make up for the steps here. I can actually take that to run a little bit and then just use a holy bottle here. So yeah, I just made a mistake. This is a very precise area to take steps in. If I make too many mistakes, I will not be able to do this. Either way, as mentioned, this is the area where we get into encounters if we don't precisely step the exact way we need to. So, I'm back on my usual step route. I could probably have used up the steps a bit more for running, but I don't know the exact measure. Since I messed up just a little bit by taking too many missteps, that did not exactly help the matter. The background music needs to change every time for this door to the next floor to open up. So this is exactly what I'm doing here. I just open up all the doors so I can get to the floors. Into the next room. We can actually not reach this statue without getting an encounter. It is that precise. I can't run in this room here, and the rest I have to walk now again. So I actually do run as much as possible, but I still leave myself enough leeway for a little bit of mistakes. But not many, as you could see. So here, we are basically at the top of the tower, and this little guy, he explains to us, hey, you want to go up there? Hey, stay here. And he is pretty annoying. And she just kind of tells us, let's play a game. You, there with the red hair. Kiss the blonde guy. Give him a kiss, come on. And Archie just kind of goes, well, we kind of have to do this, right? In order to get up there, to get past him. Come on, Crest, it will be fun. But Mint is just kind of, nope. It's not clearly established here, but I guess Mint doesn't like Archie getting close to Crest. Either way, in the middle of it, Luna just kind of calls down from the top floor, hey, stop this, and give them something for their trouble. And the little fairy guy just kind of teaches Archie a new spell. Archie here noticed that the little fairy guy actually did look a little bit lonely. Either way, Luna here, we explained the situation that we would like to have her support against dolls. She's not a fan of fighting at all, not at all. However, she promises us to help us out, without even us proving our value. She just decides, well, I see Maxwell and the other summon spirits are with you already. He must be pretty powerful. So she decides to join our efforts straight up. And now, this little guy, he's actually lonely. His big sister is gone. So what that means is, you just go out of the tower. So, the story behind this portion is essentially that, 3, 4, then I need to use 1. The story behind this is essentially that the little guy is the last one of the fairy folk, as in literally the last one. There are no more fairies aside from him, and, well, his big sister Luna, he was just kind of reliant on her. But unfortunately, we just kind of take her away for now in order to battle dolls, so he's alone again. Poor little guy. So, we arrive in Midgard, and now we can also enter the castle, or... yeah, we can, because the guards now recognize we are being officially from Alvanista. And so we are granted an audience. They are just kind of looking, wait, what? You kids? Either way, in here, we are just kind of in the waiting room. You do not want to open up the menu in this room, otherwise you get your waiting time extended, so you just run around. I have no idea how many rounds I have made. And you just wait. You can do whatever you want. You can just stay, run around chairs, run around pillars, whatever you want to. Oh, there we go. So, either way, eventually, after a pretty lengthy time of wait, Edward D. Morrison arrives here, alongside the royal tactical advisor from the King of Midgard. He is actually also the head of the research for magic technology, and, well, I never noticed this, but Edward actually kind of looks a bit sad in here. Interesting. Might just be me. He may also look like that. Either way, they decide to present us to the king as the guys that managed to form summoning pacts with the spirits of Luna, Lumina, and Luna, and various others. And they are just kind of impressed. So they decide to listen to Edward de Morrison, who is, by the way, a very, very well-renowned war hero and also nobleman. So they trust Edward's word that we are trustworthy. And they also show us their laboratory. The laboratory here, as I said, contains magic technology, and we are allowed to just look around in it. However, we don't care about that, so we just go. And we just go outside. In the meantime, while they are doing some war preparations, Archie just kind of goes, "Hey guys, I want to ask something to my dad. Can we go and visit him real quick? You know how far away that is. That is 1-2 boat trips and a pretty long trek all the way into the mountains. But eventually Archie just convinces us to go there anyways." And yes, Kalaka Boy, there is an English fan translation for this, if you would like to play that. So either way, we eventually arrive back at Archie's house. She kind of convinces us by saying we have something important to learn from him. But what actually she was after is, remember, she figured out that her mother was not actually dead and is now furious at her father. And her father starts explaining, and she asks, why? Why did you not tell me? Why did you lie to me? Essentially, Bart here explains that there was that split between elves and humans, because the elves considered humans to be greedy, to be unreasonable, and they did not want to have anything to do with them. So all the pure elves, including Archie's mother, were gathered up and, willingly or not, taken back to the elven village in the Tree-End Forest. Which means, as in Ymir Forest actually, sorry. Which means no one could contact the elves easily anymore. And while she was deported, essentially, Archie's mother told Bart, "Here, tell Archie that I'm dead. That will make it easier for you and for her." Because she knew that if Archie knew her mother was still alive, she would go and look for her. Archie is naturally quite upset about this, but Bart kind of did what he was told to, and also did what he figured was best for Archie. And also here Clark inquires as to whether he has any idea as to why Midgard Daos decided to destroy the entire town of Hamel, and he doesn't exactly have an idea. The only link we can find is that the towns destroyed so far all had magic technology or magic inside them or something like that. And here, while we return, Edward de Morrison is facing off against a demon who was supposed to be just a, well, informant, but decided to kidnap a boy. And while Edward de Morrison frees the demon, he takes an entire demon sword to his belly and decides to just kind of obliterate the demon as good as he can. In the situation he was in, he decided to straight up sacrifice himself. So Edward de Morrison, remember, he was the war hero for the war against Daos. The war is going to commence soon, but now he is no more. This kind of means that as we just changed history from how Mint and Cress know it. He was supposed to be the war hero to turn the tides in favor again for us against Daos. But now we need to fight the battle without him. So the tactician tells us, these are the Valkyrie plains. In order for us to gain a good advantage, we need to push back Dahl's army back to the bridge and defeat their leaders. So, we will have a pretty large-scale war, because Edward de Morrison is no longer among us. Clarf F. Lester will now take his place, and he will be one of our generals leading another group, which, well, that will be our group. So, they are going to discuss this the entire night, which, by the way, is just walking down and up the stairs. Shoutouts to Die Hard. And here, Clarf explains to us, well, they discussed for a pretty lengthy amount of time, and now it is time to execute what they had planned. As I said, our plan is to go and defeat the entirety of Dahl's army. Push them back to the bridge so we have a choke point, and also prepare for war, essentially. This is what will go into history, or down in history, as the War on the Valhalla Plains. Or the Valkyrie Plains? I don't know exactly. Either way. The missing Edward de Morrison is quite a setback for us, since he was not just a good general, valuable friend, but also a really powerful spellcaster. Now, we're going into the field without him. Alrighty, that means we will need to go through the Valkyrie Plains. The short version is, what the general explains to us here is, the more enemies we defeat and the quicker we are, the more rewards we will get if we are successful. The ultimate goal is to defeat the boss at the end. So what we need to do here is be really quick about it. Different here is that there are no random encounters, only enemies that are just straight up in these areas. I need to set the formation to run away quick, because, well, those enemies here walking around, kind of like before with the little gnomes, if we touch those NPC type enemies or thingies, we will get into an encounter. I actually open up the menu and close it immediately again, because this can happen. The stationary enemies or guys that just stand around, they will run towards us as soon as they get to us. This is also the reason as to why I equipped a Mist Jewel, which allows us to run away 50% faster. I have no idea why Crest got hit there. Apparently the trees sometimes have reach like that. So, the idea is that I do not get into any encounters whatsoever, but that is ridiculously difficult, because their hitbox is kind of unfair towards us, honestly. I tried to sneak between those two, but that just kind of did not work out, unfortunately. Mint is likely die here. Sorry, Mint. Once again, I open up my menu here repeatedly, just in case an enemy would straight up walk towards us. And we need to be able to react to that in time. Alrighty, that looks good. We can. This is one of the more dangerous screens to run through. So, alrighty. I did not manage to sneak past that guy. When he is in the middle of this area, it's really difficult to sneak past those guys. It's not impossible, but it's kind of ridiculous. Alrighty. Probably can go through here. It's way faster for me to be careful and avoid them than trying to run away. Also here, this message will pop up at some point that is basically telling you, hey, it's midnight, would you like to rest? In the middle of enemies? Sure. You basically would regenerate all your health. So this screen here usually does not have that many enemies that I need to worry about, and this screen here is one of the worst ones to try and go through. Unless you get super lucky like this, apparently. So, alrighty, we managed to arrive here. I want to actually revive Mint and have her heal up herself. Now it's a Cress. And then also equip Clarf here with the sprint boots now, since he no longer needs the other stuff. I already equipped Gale Shield. Let's save anyways, because we haven't saved in a while. Let's go. So, this is the next boss. This is what I call the dragon. I don't know what exactly name he has, but here is where you see me using Maxwell. Maxwell is Clarf's summon spirit that he can use and deals a lot of damage. If we are lucky, 2 spell casts of Maxwell are actually enough to take out the entire dragon here. However, you need to be kind of lucky for that. Currently, Clarf's damage rolls are really inconsistent. There we go, Clarf. It can vary wildly, as in each ball can do between 144 and 700 damage. I have no idea how it exactly works. Also, we gained a few level ups here for our other characters and defeat the dragon pretty reasonably well. So after this, we go back into the castle and we get informed by the guards. We were successful, hip hip hooray. We managed to push all the Dao's army all the way back to the bridge. Now we have control over the bridge. And well, all generals now get rewarded. We get rewarded the most of all the generals. We didn't defeat many enemies, in fact none at all, except for the leader, and that demotivated the demon army enough for them to fall back and scatter. So we win. So, unfortunately, it turns out that there are a pretty large number of demons arriving, flying demons. We don't really have a good means to defeat them, but, well, Midgard is well equipped for certain instances, like they have the technology to shoot an insanely concentrated amount of mana against enemies. They have what they call the mana cannon. There will probably be a few stragglers left, so we need to see whether we can help them out to defend against the remaining ones, but they will likely try to take on the main brunt of them. All of a sudden, while we're running outside, Crest kind of hears something weird in his head. And uh-oh, he gets kidnapped. Mid is really not happy about this. Because she literally just kind of collapses on the floor. And here, Cress gets randomly teleported, and this is what the voice was in his head. A Valkyrie on a Pegasus is telling him the spear he received from the king of Alvanista, Gungnir, is not his. If he gives it back without any trouble, there will be no repercussions. But he needs to give it back, and Crest just kind of goes, huh, you have a winged horse. Let's make a deal. And you can imagine what the deal is, since only Archie of our party can currently fly. Well, maybe Crest will be able to participate in the fight against the flying demons. Just a little bit. Either way, they shoot the mana cannon. And it does insane amount of devastation to the demons. Most of them get completely eradicated. There are a few straggles left apparently. But all of a sudden, we cut to Martel here. Who just kind of goes, mana is draining. It is draining way too fast. What is happening? The mana cannon here overloads and just kind of overheats. They can no longer fire the second time. The first beam was already too strong, so we need to probably defend against the rest of the demons that are remaining, well, by hand as well as we can. Well, Clark just kind of goes, Archie, I hope you are as equipped as you can get, since you are the only one who can fly. And suddenly, Crest returns, who can just kind of, well, fly now as well, thanks to the Pegasus. Which, by the way, had a horn there. A unicorn Pegasus? I don't know. Either way, this is the reason why we bought Thunderblade. The Thunderblade spell allows us to take out those harpies reasonably quickly. And I would like to point out, while this setting is really epic in the sense that only Archie and Cress can possibly defend against the onslaught of demons. No one else can actually fight in the air, or for an air battle for that matter. Unfortunately, the combat mechanics for this section here are just kind of terrible, really. As in, genuinely, what I can do is I can walk up to the enemy and stab him very, 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 very slowly. Other than that, if I'm far enough away, I can do a jumping attack like this, and that's all I can do. I cannot use any abilities or anything like that. This is also why I equipped the broom that I found in the underground on Archie here. I use Archie's physical attacks to also deal a bit of damage against the demons here, and in case this happens, I can actually not properly attack the demon with my physical attacks, so I use Archie's physical attacks to help me out a little bit here. And in case you're wondering, no, you cannot damage those guys whatsoever. With magic, because those little lights, as I like to call them, the little mage dudes, who love to also cast Thunderblade apparently. They are completely immune against all magic, and so I can only use physical attacks against them. Once again, I really like the setting, but the mechanics for this fight are unfortunately just kind of terrible. Which is also why we are going to be using the most powerful item in the game against the last encounter of those air battles. Also the most powerful consumable item, more specifically. So unfortunately Cress here kind of got interrupted while attacking, so I'm going to... Oh, it's okay. That was actually quicker than expected. Also, we just learned a new ability with Cress, the Fury Slash, which is going to be extremely useful. So here, as I said, I'm going to use that thing. Where is it? There it is. This is a yellow cake. It unleashes the strongest fire-based attack in the entire game. Then we cast one ray. Then we use the second yellow cake that we picked up. And there are only 3 total yellow cakes in the entirety of the game. Alrighty. And it does about 2000 damage against that weird dragon thing. And if we didn't have that, trying to defeat that dragon, Cress can barely damage him at all. Would be just a bit of a chore, to say the least. But thankfully, we can handle this reasonably well without doing anything additional. And so, well, we managed to defeat the entire onslaught of the flying demons. Archie gains a few more levels, which is kind of convenient, and we win with this. Victory. Unfortunately, I actually used up all my flare bottles, which I should have been restocking, but I didn't. So I need to actually go and make a quick detour and buy new items here, which I don't usually have. Either way, the tactician is just kind of impressed. Wow, we managed to push out the entirety of the Owl's army. And he also gives us a book of spells which contains indignation. Archie can actually learn spells if she finds books of spells that teach her, and indignation is the most powerful lightning-based spell that she can learn, which is apparently also the one that you've seen in the intro. Just at the very beginning was being used against dolls, so presumably that is a really powerful spell against dolls, and we will want to use that. And as a matter of fact, we will use that. So, in the morning, after we pushed everyone, all of Dao's army back, we real quick go and resupply ourselves. As I said, you cannot buy holy bottles in this village here. You can buy holy bottles in... I need to real quick check whether my second slot is occupied. It's not, it's open. You can buy holy bottles in the PlayStation version here, however not in the SNES version, in case you're wondering. So that means the holy bottles I have left over need to be sufficient to remain useful through the rest of Dao's castle. So now we just cross the Valkyrie Plains once again, all the way to the bridge, where we defeat the demon dragon, whatever you want to call the thing. And well, we will finally enter Dao's castle and hopefully get our revenge. But there's a horsey! Hey, Agers. A flying horsey, which in some points apparently has a unicorn horn, sometimes doesn't. I don't even know. It's also supposed to have 6 hoofs, according to the fan art, but it doesn't. I don't know. Either way, let's move on. Welcome to Dahl's Castle, one of the larger dungeons in the entire game. And also kind of complicated to try and traverse. We pick up some items there, which will transform into other items. Also here, going to do a small skip. You're supposed to make a loop around the entire area. No, oh my god, I messed that up. There we go. Now this door on the right is closed and the left one is open. Did I use a holy bottle? I'm not sure. I'm going to load up on steps here. This is a weapon rack which gives us a mecha halberd, and I completely forgot whether I just used the holy bottle or not because I had some trouble there. And that is actually a miniature skip that I just did there, which allows me to skip that loop-de-loop that I should do around the room. It's just a really minor skip here. Also up, down, left, right, right, left, whatever. That way around. And now we walk. There is a really extremely large section here which we just kind of want to walk really precisely. So as mentioned before, I have the holy bottles exactly routed out in a way that allows me to get to certain places and safe rooms and areas like that that allow me to, well, go through the entire castle without encounters. This is one of the more dangerous spots because I have to get into this room here. There are no encounters in here, so it resets the step counter. This room here, you need to press the switch on the left and the right side in order to open the door at the same time. And of course Archie is being helpful, right? Right? Yeah, Archie just kind of fakes you. I messed up. Archie just really fakes you out there a bit, which is a bit silly. Come on Archie, stop doing this. Okay, actually almost messed this up again. Alrighty, there we go. So through the rest of Dahl's Castle here, I have a very precise route. Use a holy bottle. This will last me to run actually into the next room that is a safe room. The safe room is over here, up here. For some reason there are no encounters here, don't ask me why. This statue, we want to push down the hole to be used on a switch. Hey Corona Cat, doing quite excellent, I hope you're doing well too. So, and then we walk. Push the statue on the switch. And unfortunately we don't have a second statue to push this switch down, so we just leave someone behind in order to hold open the door. Which actually makes a lot of sense if you think about it. We leave Mint behind because she is the least useful for combat for now. And we keep walking. So, Dahl's Castle, essentially our goal is to get a mirror so we can actually encounter the mirror demons earlier. Or whatever we want to call those guys. On top of that, we also would like to be able to get into the final door, which requires a key. So by the way, here, I'm doing a little trick. You're supposed to go into that door that I accidentally actually went into and pick out the book of spells for Archie, which includes a firestorm spell. But for some reason, this guy here gives me the firestorm spell as well. Don't ask me why, but he has a firestorm spell right there, so I'm using this. Then I equipped my new ability, Gale Shield, Fury Slash, excuse me, and also Phoenix for here. Afterwards, we need to make sure we have everything equipped. We do, so we go into combat here. And alrighty. Here I used the new firestorm spell on the lizard in the backside. I used Maxwell on the demon in the front. Firestorm usually one-shots those lizard dudes. They have a small chance of surviving. Maxwell can one-shot those guys, although it's extremely unusual, and he usually needs 2 Maxwell spell casts to to not even kill him, so to speak. But Maxwell can deal up to 1600 or 3612 damage, so yeah, that can happen. Also, question mark swords here, that's amazing. Getting 2 question mark swords is as good as it gets. By the way, that was also a safe room, no random encounters, so it resets the holy bottle step counter here. So, we got question mark swords. Those swords can be moonphalanx. If we are unlucky, it's going to be a longsword instead, which is completely useless, but in order to identify them, we need to use a rune bottle on the sword in order to see what they are. So, when I'm using the holy bottle here, I'm also simultaneously going to check as to whether we received moonphalanx. We did actually receive 2 moonphalanx. That's amazing. Either way, that means we can actually just leave Archie here and move on. So we need to leave Archie here at some point anyways. The reason why I take Mint with me now is because I want her to gain more experience. So, alrighty. Because I got the moonphalanx, this is actually best case scenario essentially. That weapon is light element and has really high damage, really powerful overall. So it will speed up those encounters that we had, of which we will have 3 more from now on, tremendously. So here, you know how I 2-shot those lizard dudes, and how it took a pretty lengthy amount of time to kill those demons. Well, he is dead now. This guy is dead too. Yep. Moonphalanx just increases the speed at which we defeat those guys reliably too, by a tremendous amount. This is, by the way, an optional side room. I'm just picking up an elixir, 10,000 gold, and more importantly, I get another hourglass here. I will need 2 hourglasses until the final dungeon, actually very soon. So, well, we can just go. We did not even take any damage, so we can just get into the next encounter here without having to do anything else. So I use a flare bottle here, even though on average it will still take me the same amount of hits to defeat that demon guy. If I get lucky and land 2 critical hits in a row, I can defeat the demon guy essentially in just 2 hits only. Alrighty, that was pretty good. Moonphalanx type, indeed. So, alrighty. I'm going to use another holy bottle here, use Mint to heal up everybody with her newly learned healing spell, and then we can run. We run into this room over here, which is a safe room, resets the step counter so we can go as far as we want. Do this little stepping puzzle here, open up this chest, and this contains the key. This contains the key that we need to essentially go all the way into Daal's domain. And here I would like to point out something else. Daal is just kind of going to go, wait, why are you fighting against me? I have no reason to face off against you. What are you doing? And he's really confused as to why our party decides to go and try and fight him. As in, really confused. Since that doesn't seem to make any sense for him at all. And initially, Archie just kind of goes, why did you destroy and attack those cities? That really doesn't make any sense either. And while you don't have any business with us in the future, as in remember we're 100 years from the past from the events that happened where he destroyed entire cities. Also Archie can actually fly, that's why you leave Archie behind, since she can just straight up fly up here, of course. So kind of a clever puzzle, but also tricky to figure out. Either way, Daals will just not entirely understand why we're fighting him, but hey, we are in his domain. Don't mess with Daals, unless you're willing to take a casualty or 2. And well, just kind of hope to not take any casualties here. And here we finally managed to reach the last room. Leave real quick, because the battle can be a bit tricky. And here we go. And Water Dweller, I do not speak Japanese at all, I just memorized everything, that's it. So this door requires 4 characters to open, so you can not enter unless you have 4 characters. And this is another encounter here. Let's kill that guy. I'm actually going to preserve a holy bottle here. And here we go, they are defeated. Alrighty, and now we are in front of the house. I need to make sure that we are actually going to survive the fight, so what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to equip Cress with the most defensive set of equipment that I can give him. I'm going to give him the Persian boots, reduces 30% of the all damage he receives. I give him an Onyx, increases his HP by 30%. Heal up everything, make sure Mint has enough TP to heal continuously in battle, and more importantly, set Mint to only heal in battle as well. So, alrighty, next up, I think that's it. Alrighty, actually no, I need to set Crest to be far forward to basically play tank for us. And as I said, Daos is just kind of confused. Why are you facing off against me? I have no quarrel with you. It's only Midgard that I have a quarrel with. And he's just kind of confused as well. But hey, no matter. Let's defeat him. Alright, it turns out that we want to defeat Daos. And the easiest way to do this is just use Indignation. 9 to 10 times. 1. Oh shoot, that was not the target. That's okay, it should work. So alrighty, you see me not attacking here at all. So story-wise, Daos cannot be hurt by physical attacks at all. How this plays out in gameplay is whenever you hit Daos physically, he will heal that amount of HP you dealt to him right afterwards as soon as he gets the opportunity to. So, effectively, you can only kind of defeat him with magic attacks, unless you're a tool-assisted speedrun, then you can do some more shenanigans. Either way, what I'm doing here, specifically in this fight, I deliberately do not kill off those two demons right in front of me. I want to keep them alive, because Daos reacts the following way. He tries to hit you with all his might as soon as he gets into range of you. However, he does not go past his minions. He will just stay, just kind of behind his minions essentially. So what I'm doing here is essentially I'm just letting Archie cast spells, Indignation again and again and again until he is defeated. Which does a ton of damage, as in that is the most effective spell to use against Daos by far. And those little demons, even though they are supposed to be damaging me, are just as useful as it gets in order for me to be able to defeat Daos. One of the demons died, which means it's about 2 more hits to defeat Daos as well. So this is my strategy against Daos. It is pretty consistent, works about all the time. Also, just in case I need one more, I'm going to give Archie another orange gummy to replenish her TP. There we go, Daos is defeated. The little demon is still there, which I kind of need to kill. The game doesn't expect you to kill the demon last, but it worked. And we defeated him without any trouble. Daos is ridiculously powerful if he gets close to you, so you kind of want to either keep him far away, which this is the best version to do so. So it turns out Daos escaped. We actually did not kill him. Our party recognizes that he teleported away just last second, and if you paid attention, there was a special type of light. So he didn't just teleport away, but apparently he teleported into the future. So he can kind of time travel as well, but I think it's only one way. I'm actually not entirely sure about that. Either way, that is the reason as to why people in the future knew exactly where he spawned. As in, he spawned in a specific time, not in a specific place. People were prepared and sealed him in the sarcophagus back then. Either way, now we kind of try to chase after Daos through time. And well, since we know time travel is possible, but Edward D. Morrison is dead, we kind of try to figure out what he did research and figure out about time travel so far. As it turns out, there used to be an ancient civilization called Thor who created machines which allowed them to travel through time. So, however, we now are facing 2 problems. One, we need to actually get to those machines, which we kind of managed to locate thanks to Edward D. Morrison's books, and he tells us also what those are, so to speak. On top of that, we need to actually somehow heal the mana tree. Because, if you remember, mana does no longer exist in Cress and Mint's time period. Mana tree is dead. And the reason for that is because it's now already withering away. Mana is used up being way too quick, so we need to figure out a way to heal. So, did I talk to the unicorn lady? Okay, we will just figure out something here, whether I actually did talk to the unicorn lady or not. We'll see also what that means in just a few moments here. Either way, there's a little cutscene that is playing as soon as you know about unicorns, because Mint then gets reminded of unicorns, thanks to her unicorn earrings. Spoilers. There we go. I did talk to the lady. So, since we know Mint is now having a dream, Mint remembered a little scene where she was a little girl and talking to her mother. Her mother had beautiful earrings that were shaped like a unicorn. Mint wanted to have them, but her mother told them they are a keepsake from her mother. So they are very, very valuable and also kind of powerful. She will inherit them eventually, but for now she can have her cap. Which, by the way, Mint is still carrying her cap. And we know her mother is no longer alive. Also, that's the unicorn earring that Cress received and then subsequently lost. Too bad. Either way, Mint remembers the stories and myths about the unicorn. But unicorns might as well be real, right? So, Mint just kind of tells us she's not powerful enough to heal the mana tree in its current state and restore it to its former glory. So she would like to request the aid of that mythical creature, since it seems to be the source of all clerical abilities in a sense, just healing-wise. So, we will be asking the unicorn to help us out. By the way, you can have this sleeping cutscene in pretty much any town you want, but the reason why I'm not doing this anywhere else is because... Oh, I already did that. Is because there would be another additional cutscene on the boat with Cress and Mint, and in a speedrun you kind of want to skip those as much as possible. Alrighty, I now have... Oh, that's awkward, hang on. I didn't buy holy bottles, derp. I was supposed to do that right away. Also replenish all my other supplies here too. So, replenish my holy bottles. Actually, let me use one holy bottle. I'm just going to also buy... Oh, we have 15 of those now. Oh, no, I did the thing correct. Sorry. Alright, that was a bit confusing. Either way, we now know about unicorns. Surprise. And unicorns are really powerful creatures that might be able to heal the mana tree that we want to, well, replenish. So remember, mana does not exist in Mint and Cress time zone yet anymore. So we kind of need to figure out a way to restore it so we can actually use magic against Styles in the present as well. At least that's the idea. So if mana does not exist in the time period with Cress and Mint, how do you seal Styles away with magic spells? That is a good question. I think it's a different type of magic, as in, like, there is magic that uses mana, and apparently there is also the clerical abilities, which I think this is more akin to the clerical abilities, to seal away a demonly creature or any person in a sarcophagus for that matter. Like, clerical abilities do exist in Mint and Cress time period, however they do not exist in this period here. They have not been developed yet, since they can use magic instead, right? So it kind of makes sense for clerical abilities to have that kind of property. Either way, we arrive in the White Forest, which presumably is where the unicorn is residing. But only pure maidens can actually encounter the unicorn, so they decide to send Mint and Archie for it. Pure maidens? Archie turns bright red and just kind of goes, sure, I can go with Mint. Well, let's put it this way. Archie just kind of starts to realize, well, as long as she is with Mint, if that's really true with the myth about pure maidens, Mint is never going to meet a unicorn. So, Mint is just kind of going alone and finds the unicorn here, as soon as Archie leaves the party. And well then, the unicorn is indeed a very majestic and pretty powerful creature. So Mint explains what they are wanting to do and asks for the unicorn's power. In the meantime, the two guys, Clark just kind of asks Crest, hey, you know, are you actually together with Mint? And Crest just kind of goes, together? Yeah, we have been together since we've escaped from prison. Clark goes, no, not like that, I'll forget it. Either way, suddenly Clark actually senses a presence, the presence of demons. And while Mint and the unicorn are conversing, they attack them. So, as I said, by the way, you can get Archie here to join the battle if you want to, but because I have the Moonphalanx, that is not necessary. It's faster for me to just go. Yeah, unicorns. See, wrong spell. So this ability is ridiculously powerful, with me just repeatedly using those Fury Slashes to take out those demon guys. They deal decent damage, but my crest currently is mostly set up to defend against dolls, but it doesn't matter. If they take the same amount of hits, I don't need to swap equipment yet. Mint and Clark gain a few more levels, and we defeat the demons. Unfortunately, while we were running over here when the demons appeared, the unicorn was actually protecting Mint from the attack and kind of got wounded pretty badly. The unicorn actually then subsequently exclaims that it recognizes Mint's pure intentions and decides to sacrifice what remains of its life in order to transform it into, well, the unicorn horn staff that Mint is now able to wield, in order for Mint to be able to cast more powerful healing spells that will allow them to, hopefully, heal out the mana tree. Also, they ask Archie, why did you not stick with Mint? And Archie just kind of goes, you know, there was that boy in the neighbor village. And then she stops. Klaus just kind of giggling on the side. And here, Mint casts Nurse. Fun fact, this game actually has a lot of detail. If you do not have the Nurse spell yet, which is by the way the best healing spell at this point, if you don't have that yet, she will cast Heal instead here, in this little cutscene. And Mint is casting one, wow, insanely powerful healing spell here. Essentially, she just kind of goes on and on and on, keeps healing, in a sense that just rumbles the entire area. The most powerful healing spell that has, well, been facing the earth so far. But Mint is determined to not let go. In the PlayStation version, actually, it's described that Mint almost gives her life to keep that spell up and going until the deed is done. Well then, while that was a pretty huge effort for Mint to cast that spell, we indeed managed to heal up the mana tree, and it's fully restored to its former glory. As I said, clerical abilities and healing spells do not actually use mana for that reason. Don't ask me what exactly they use, but it's not the same in this universe anyways, so that's why Mint was able to heal the mana tree and restore it. Martel is just kind of really confused as to what just happened. Did you just cast that spell? And goes, thank you. I will make sure that this tree will stay for at least another 100 years as to when you are going to be fighting Daos. And well, that's going to be the plan. We know where Daos is in the future. Literally 100 years in the future, he's going to be in the catacombs, facing off against Cornix D. Morrison, and, well, Chester still laying on the floor there. And that's where we're heading. Now we need to somehow manage to get back to the future. Or more specifically, Clark and Archie get to the future in the first place. They have never been there before. Either way, we decide to go now to where the city of Thor is supposedly residing. The Abyss of Thor is close to, well, Venetia, so we are going to go once again and charter a boat from there. Once again through the destroyed city that got destroyed for no good reason other than, well, I guess it having a magic school, because Euclid it was not destroyed at all, or Venetia is still intact for that matter too. And that seems to be the only connection between the cities that get attacked and destroyed. Like Midgard is researching magic technology, and apparently Hamel, the destroyed village earlier, also was doing a little bit of research on magic technology. So the captain just kind of goes, "Are you sure it's okay if we just move away after you go down there?" Clark just kind of goes, "Yep, no problem, no problem. We can just go here." Calls on Dini, and he requests to get to the bottom of the ocean safely. Into the sunken city of Thor. Andini obliges, and here we go. Fun fact, Andini is arguably the most useful of the basic 4 summon spells, because she even has some edge case uses in combat if necessary. Well then, we managed to reach the bottom of the ocean, to where the ancient city of Thor lies. It is completely deserted, no one is here. However, some of the machinery and areas seem to be functionally intact still. So that's kind of neat. They tell Archie to not wander off too far, but it's just kind of fascinating the setting this is in. And you will also see the Abyss of Thor, or more specifically the City of Thor, is way further advanced than what you would expect from this setting. So, this is an ID card that I just picked up. They just didn't assume that it's a playing card, question mark. Either way, we pick it up and put it in here. And a voice suddenly sounds from nowhere. Access granted. And they have no clue what just happened. Alrighty. Other than that, let's see. I need to actually do some menuing here. I need to use a rune bottle on the hourglasses that we received earlier. There's the other hourglass. And also on the bottle here. There's the hourglasses. Now we transformed them into chrono glasses. Wait, why do I still have chrono glasses? Did I... Weird. Excuse me, I'm just kind of confused a little bit here. Either way, then we set Crest to the far front, put Clark back, Archie a bit forward, and we also tell Mint to now use offensive spells again. We need to use a holy bottle here. That's it. Alrighty, here we do a save and reset manipulation. Because the Abyss of Thor is actually random. Alrighty, we saved here, we run inside. And then we go back to the door. 1, 2, 3. We interact with the door. It tells me 3 times that, hey, you need a key. Hey, you need a key. But what I actually did there is I overflowed the step counter, which allowed me to just run inside this room here without getting into any encounters whatsoever, ever. And we find this room immediately. And here we have the Machine Guardians. Machine Guardians are really powerful and really annoying because they just cast their spells ridiculously fast and quick. And it's kind of difficult to deal with them So, Archie casts Indignation. Unfortunately, I think it's not going to hit the thing on the left there. No, it didn't. It's pretty bad for us. Those machines up there are pretty difficult to hit for us. I'm trying to stay alive here at Crest because those rocket shooting things are ridiculous to deal with, unfortunately. They are ridiculously fast, and there's still one more enemy in the backside there. So, alrighty, Archer managed to cast another Indignation spell. Oh, Mint decides to cast a Nurse spell here. I should have disabled Nurse because Nurse is too slow for me. Those little robots are ridiculous to deal with because they cast their little rockets so insanely quickly. But thankfully, now that we have control over the situation, it's pretty easy. This is probably one of the most ridiculous mini-boss battles, so to speak, that you can fight in here. But it's also not too bad, all things considered. And here we go. We managed to defeat the Guardian robots. The Guardian robots were actually also carrying some weird diamond ring, which turns out to be another pact ring, in fact. Or at least it looks like it. So, afterwards, we managed to reach the most inner sanctum of the Abyss of Thor. The machine that is just kind of controlling everything, apparently. It appears with a gigantic face and goes, what do you desire? And then you ask it to, hey, could you teleport us to the future? And it says, we need more energy, also need permission. We need permission from the mayor. Then it goes a second. Mayor is dead. Need to assign a new mayor. You're now the new mayor. Would you like to grant permission to raise the island to the surface to gain enough mana in order for us to teleport to the future? And it just kind of go, sure, I guess. And that's what we did. So, alrighty. Mint now needs to heal up everybody. I also need to disable the nurse spell. I'm going to do this for safety. And for some reason, I still have one more... Oh, shoot. Actually need to cancel this out because I forgot to equip the other weapon. Need to equip the mecha halberd here. Otherwise, it's not going to deal enough damage. So, the Abyss of Thor does indeed have time machines. And this time machine is teleporting us exactly to where we left off, in the catacombs, about 100 years in the future, between Dals and Chester and Tornix Morrison. Well then, let's go. So ordinarily, I actually need a bit of luck in the battle against Dals. I need him to jump back once, because I normally only have 2 chrono glasses. But for some reason, I think I did not use a chrono glass during the Deitel fight. Because the little Lilas decided to teleport right away. I will be able to use that just like this. So, alrighty. We are going to be fighting Dals. And you will see the power that Gale Shield possesses if you can corner the enemy. Alrighty. Here, Dals is just about to ask Tornix Morrison as to where did you teleport them to, and we basically, for them, just immediately appear about 5 seconds after we disappear, with an entire party ready to face Dals. Now this will be the end for it. So, here, as I said, for some reason I have 3 chrono glasses, and I'm going to be doing this. I use a Gale Shield to place this in front of him. And then I use another chrono glass here. There is another Gale Shield here. And the last chrono glass. So, what that does is I just completely obliterate the Dals without any trouble whatsoever. So, interestingly enough, this Dahl's encounter here only had 16,250 HP. The previous Dahl's encounter had 42,000 and something. Or was it more? I don't know. Either way, he has way less HP. It's presumably because he is weakened from being sealed in the sarcophagus. And naturally, wow, everything crumbles and a gigantic rock falls onto Dahl's as soon as we defeat him. It's assumed that the intensity of the battle was too much for the place to handle and everything is just kind of crumbling into itself. So we decide to escape and run away as quick as we can, as fast as we can, before we get destroyed here. Considering everything seems to be based on a volcano and lava, that is kind of dangerous, isn't it? So here, Tristram is still waiting and has no clue what is going on, and we decide to just move out. So, however, Dahl's once again escaped. Spoilers. The game is not yet over. And as I said, Dahl's can only teleport into the future. I probably should not have said that yet. That was a bit too much. Either way, after we defeat Dahl's here, our party just kind of goes, well, this looks like the end of our adventure, because we defeated Dahl's now once and for good. We assume he's dead. I really shouldn't have said that earlier. Alrighty. It is now time for Archie and Clark to say goodbye, since, well, they are from 100 years in the past. Clark still has his wife or girlfriend over there. Archie still has her father back there. That kind of means they will not meet Cress and Mint again for quite some time. Chester probably doesn't exactly know what is going on. For him, it's been 5 seconds since Cress disappeared and suddenly reappears with a full party. Just kind of right next to them. And, well, Mint is pretty sad about this entire thing, and Archie tries to calm her down just a little. Hey, it's okay. We'll meet you again in 100 years, at least I will. Since Archie's a half-elf, she will live long enough to, well, meet Mint and Cress again, when they are finally born, so to speak. By the way, I would like to point out, this game here, technologically, is incredibly advanced for the Super Nintendo, as in, you can't squeeze out much more out of the Super Nintendo. It may not be the best game, but definitely, in terms of a technical standpoint, one of the most impressive ones. The cartridge of this game is also rather huge in comparison. I think it's about 12 times as large as Super Mario World, for example. Also, as Clark and Archie are about to move to the Abyss of Thor to get teleported back into the past, meteors rain from heavens. Actually, I dare to say Star Ocean is also up there, and I think the remake of Dragon Warrior 3 is kind of insane as well, apparently. Well then, it looks like Dahl's has not been yet defeated, because he's actually raining meteors down onto everything. I guess it could have also been a fake move of Dahl's to just lay there, because he got defeated once, and that's why he only had, or pretended to have, about 16,250 HP. All of a sudden, we see the teleport of a rather odd individual. This is Hans. Apparently he is from 50 years in the future, teleporting back, because Dahl's has re-emerged and is now wreaking havoc in the world once again. Or at least that's the idea. He decided to go back into the past to recruit, or gets the only party who has ever in recorded history managed to fight against Dahl's. And we are the only ones able to stand up against Dahl's and be able to defeat him eventually. At least that's the idea anyways. Well then, that's kind of what we are doing here, or, well, are going to try to here, I guess. And so, we are not quite done yet with here. We are going to teleport 50 years into the future. Which is technically 150 years from where we initially, well, played the majority of the game so far. So, this is the light of time travel, in case you haven't noticed it yet. It's what Daos used twice already to escape from battles. Also, actually, I like the theory of Daos actually pretending to have less HP than he actually has, just to be able to escape, since he realized he couldn't stand up against us. Either way, we arrive in Cress' home village, actually. 50 years from when it was destroyed originally. Also here, we now have 5 party members. Chester joins us. Chester is still level 5, like he was at the beginning, just after we left, so it's pretty low level, and basically no equipment. He is, yeah, dying quickly. Also, we can only have 4 party members at any given point in combat, so we need to actually exchange party members in order to be able to use them more efficiently. Alrighty, Hans just kind of tells us that we need to go to Alvanista. And in order for us to go to Alvanista, we still take the old route through Venezia, take a ship over there, and, well, then we meet up with some old faces, like Runeglum, and they will also tell the new king, which, obviously, the new king does not exactly know us, that was 150 years ago, and we have last been there. Will just kind of help us find Dal so we can do him in once and for all. And actually, more importantly, we need to figure out how to defeat Dals once and for all, since that is still a pretty big question too. However, the sailor here just kind of tells us he does not want to sail at all because there are too many demons on the sea right now. So Hans has a different idea. He leads us back to Euclid into the secret Magitech laboratory in Euclid, which is, by the way, in Cress's uncle's old house in the basement. Fun fact, by the way, Cress's uncle is completely gone and disappeared after that scene initially where he sells out Crest. So here is a head scientist, and they are developing currently machines called Rayards. They are not fully complete yet, but the intent of them are for short travel, like just between land travels. They are not supposed to fly particularly high. However, if only we had some means to power them up sufficiently to fly further. And it turns out there is actually a summon spirit of lightning which might be able to power up the Rayards sufficiently enough and conveniently enough. Even though the summoning spirits has been a long lost art, we do actually have a summoner in our party since, well, he is from 150 years in the past, so it does kind of make sense. In here we buy a new weapon, finally for Crest, which is a Damascus worth about 27,000 gold. And then we also buy a few more items over here. Most importantly, we buy some holy bottles. Actually, no, we need to equip the holy bottles first. And then we use... I see. Where is it? Use the rune bottles on those for now. Use a holy bottle. Buy holy bottles and also buy new rune bottles. And then we go. Alrighty, I just bought a bunch of rune bottles for a specific purpose. And we'll soon see what. I also used up the remaining amount of holy bottles that I had in order for me to actually use them on Mixed Gummies. Mixed Gummies replenish 30% of your HP and TP. By the way, everything is percentage based on your healing items. 30% is the standard. If you use a rune bottle on it, it becomes 60%. So that's actually really good. So 60% both recovered, so that's the best healing item in the game. Here, I will use another holy bottle. Use the rune bottles that I just bought on those items. Those items, those items. And then remaining those items. Then I'm also going to use one of those ones here on Crest. So those are sage leaves. Increase your maximum HP by 10%. So what that does for us is increases Crest's maximum HP actually by a tremendous amount. And more importantly, we increase it by 10% every time we use or go into another screen transition. Which kind of means that it readjusts the value for the maximum HP that Crest currently has. And essentially, doing this increases the value of each of the 10%. Essentially, they get the 10% of the previous 10% as well, and just kind of... Essentially, it allows us to almost gain the maximum HP that you can have in the game, which is 9,999 without too much trouble. So I'm using one of those sage leaves after every time I take a screen transition and every time I use a holy bottle in order for me to increase Crest's maximum HP by such a ridiculous degree that it will be very, very useful in the future too. So, alrighty. Consumables, there we go. I did this here to actually order my flare bottle into a new slot. Also, by the way, this is Volt's cave. Volt is another summon spirit that we want to get to power up the rearts, as mentioned before. It's kind of a straightforward battle, not terribly dangerous, but I'm going to actually probably want to save anyways, just in case something weird happens. Because weird things can happen without too much trouble. Oh. I need to activate this thing from the back to the front in order to go all the way through. Also, don't forget, I almost forgot that I need to set Crest back in the formation, otherwise he's going to get immediately paralyzed by the minions of the enemies. So and here, Volt has just completely weird language. We have no idea what he's saying, but we just kind of assume, like usual, he's just kind of going the same route as everybody else. Where we need to prove ourselves before we actually are able to do anything. So unfortunately, Mint happened to die here. I actually kind of want to revive her, since she is very useful for this battle. Wait, what? You're still alive? Why are you still alive? That doesn't make any sense. Those little ladies are usually dead after one indignation, which is why I cast indignation in the first place. Archie is dead now too. I revive Mint here mostly because I want Mint to have more max HP. And I also want her to spam the Pico Hammer ability. Pico Hammer can stun Volt. Let's see whether we get it. Nice, alrighty. Pico Hammer can stun Volt. Stun it. Oh, did I not equip the... Oh, I did not equip the Damascus weapon. I was supposed to equip the new weapon that I just bought, which would deal a good chunk more damage. Oopsie, that kind of explains why I'm dealing so little damage. As you can see, that was just a miracle gummy that I used there, which deals insane amount of damage. Heals insane amount of damage. Up 60% of my maximum, as I said. Also, that was pretty silly to forget to equip the new weapon, because this is actually the only this battle here is the only reason why we even get a new weapon. Either way, Volt is just kind of getting really sweaty and decides to, okay, I guess he is now friendly towards us, now that we've proven worthy for ourselves. We still don't know what he says, but just Clark just kind of tries to form a pact and, well, Volt seemingly agrees. And Volt joins our party. Now we can go back to the castle, activate the rearts and fly everywhere. Probably. It didn't get hit by indignation. Yeah, the little guy? I assumed so. Also, by the way, Archie and Chester are just kind of having a little quarrel here. Chester just kind of goes, "Hey Archie, you can get those. Make sure you just don't steal them." Like, Chester, I don't know what he has against them. I think he is a bit jealous at this point because Archie and everybody else have spent so much more time with them, and Archie is also kind of a bit more of a rambunctious lady. So she seems to be the target of his not so happiness, so to speak. So either way, we managed to acquire Volt for our purposes. Let's go and use his powers as good as we can. So, alrighty. Clark summons Bolt and tells him to power up the Riards, and also tells Archie to put her broom into the middle, since it should get powered up as well. That makes it easy for Archie to fly around in great heights as well, since usually it is actually extremely tedious and demanding for Archie to fly up high, and she can't fly particularly high for particularly long. But thanks to Walt, she will be able to do so as well, alongside the Riards. It's going to be pretty amazing. Since now, we can just straight up fly towards Alvanista. And by the way, I would like to point out there are 4 Riards here. We are 5 people. So either someone is just kind of flying with someone else, or it's kind of getting weird. Which actually that makes the most sense. Someone is just flying with someone else. But also Hans decides to leave here early, and he's going towards Alvanista already, and decides to meet us there. So I'm not sure how he gets over there, but hey, he can do this. So we received the Riards, and also the doctor or the scientist tries to give us some explanation, which we politely decline. We don't need them, thank you very much. So we can now finally go to Alvanista, meet the new king, and get information as to how to defeat Daos once and for all. Archie's on her broom and the other 4 are on Riards. Oh yeah, I just mentioned the broom and then forgot about it immediately again. That's true. Derp. But I'm not sure about Hans, how he gets over here, but that's okay. At least my point about Hans is valid. So, I bought a weapon called the pole arm over here. The pole arm is a really powerful neutral element weapon, which is important. That is neutral element. Also the guards, of course, they don't know us and don't want to let us in, so Hans decides to just kind of go and get us. The guards just go, "Are you sure those kids are the warriors we've been waiting for?" And Grunblom indeed, yes. Grunblom is a half-elf, so he survived 150 years since now. He can definitely tell that, well, we are the ones that defeated Daos 150 years ago, and also 50 years ago. So, he explains to the king that we are now here. Those are the guys you can trust, and, well, let's give him all the information. Essentially what they are discussing here is that they want to recreate a weapon of old. The Eternal Sword, which was a legendary weapon. But in order to do that, we need to go into the 3 ancient civilization places, wherever they are, and retrieve the individual parts of the weapon and then assemble the weapon as well. The idea of getting the legendary weapon, which is the Eternal Sword, is in order for us to be able to what's the word? Give me. Can also equip this here on him right now, might as well. There, I need to use a miracle thing in order to get 50% discount in prices. And sell some more items for more money. And also sell the weapon that I accidentally didn't use. Then buy a laser sword and some better armor for Cress. That will be tremendously helpful. And there we go. Either way, we need to assemble the legendary weapon, and each one of the ancient civilizations, Thor, Fenrir, and Odin, they have parts of that ancient weapon, just kind of in individual pieces. So that's why we need to go over there and retrieve all of it somehow, somewhere from. So that's kind of what our current mission is. We go and figure out where those ancient cities are laying in. And we are going to be visiting them. And here we are in Freezekill, where the cult of Fenrir is still active, which means it's likely that they have some connection with it. So this is our first station. In the frozen cavern, we will be encountering Fangwolf. And we will need the Eternal Sword in the end to be able to control space and time to trap dolls, so he can no longer escape. By the way, if I say anything wrong about the story, feel free to question it, because most of it I just kind of recite from memory, and I'm not entirely sure whether I'm even particularly accurate, so I might be wrong in certain instances, feel free to question that. So here, this is Fangwolf. He is the guardian of the, well, legendary portion from Fenrir, and we will need to get past him in order to acquire that. So, alrighty, here we need to do a bit of menning, heal our body up with Mint's ability. We also need to tell Archie to no longer cast anything but Fireball. And then we also want to tell Archie to be able to cast anything she wants at will, essentially. Further, we need to equip Cress everything that we just bought, including the pole axe, because instead of the laser sword, because the pole axe is neutral element. That is actually really important. I need to set my entire party to go into the far back. By the way, I could do already in the previous menu, but I forgot about that. That's a thing. And then we need to equip the Aquamarine and Clark. We already did that. Far back, disable everything as a fireball, heal everything all out. Right, alrighty. We did the things. So, you need to actually heat up the switch before you can push it, otherwise your party is not going to be able to go anywhere. Further, this ice cavern used to be pretty chill. Wow, no pun intended, but apparently pun intended as well anyways. Whatever. The idea is that I need to light up those torches in this room, which is pretty difficult to do optimal, but also kind of fun. And kind of like so many other things, lighting up torches or unfreezing this statue here increases my step counter by 1, which overflows the step counter after I use a holy bottle. So whenever you see me using holy bottle just before I do something, you can assume that it is to overflow the step counter, so I save a massive amount of steps. And this allows me to almost run through the entirety of the frozen cavern. Which is, by the way, a complete reroute from what I did before, since, well... Oh wow, I did not run properly there, apparently. So those guys are really difficult to run away from. I need to probably just straight up defeat them instead. Also going to use Volt here. I think they should take damage from Indignation. Decent damage, but not all that stellar. Volt should do probably a bit more damage. So this is an unintended encounter I got into here. You killed Mint, you meanie. There we go. So yeah, that was not so clever. Here is where I would have normally used my holy bottle. But I guess I don't really have to now since, well... Mint is dead. Long live mint. So yeah, I basically just made a small misstep and I did not manage to get all the way. So I account for a bit more leeway here. Now I essentially have one more holy bottle left over than ordinarily. It's not too bad for me, but kind of still a bit silly. Run all the way to the middle here. And there we go. This drains the water from the room on the right, which was blocking a passage over here. Also, this doesn't save many steps, but it saves just enough to be relevant. We go press this switch here, and this freezes all the water in the cavern, so we can actually walk on it. Then we basically make a loop around, refill the basin on the right with water that immediately freezes because now everything is going to freeze with the water. Oopsie. Puns, even if unintended, still wonderful. Thank you. So, and here we go. This was the last section that we needed to run through. Normally we just kind of want to run into the Fangwolf fight if you're daring, but we are in a marathon type setting, so we are just kind of careful. Alrighty, this is Fangwolf. He is, as I said, the guardian of the portion of the long lost city of Fenrir. He takes massive amounts of damage from Maxwell. However, you do not want to get into melee range of this guy whatsoever. He is ridiculously brutal. He would take an insanely massive amount of damage from Cress Fury Slashes if you were brave enough to go into close range with him. But frankly, I'm not brave enough to do that, since if you've ever played this game casually, this guy will destroy you as soon as he gets close to you. And here, he actually managed to hit Cress out of the air with his spear, which is really bad news actually. So, I actually let Archie cast little fireballs repeatedly again and again and again, because I want her to keep Fangwolf away as far as possible. The idea is for me to keep Fangwolf as far away from my party as possible, and for Clark to just destroy him with Maxwell. And this worked out just fine here. If he closes in on you really quickly at the beginning, you are in real trouble. Either way, we managed to defeat Fangwolf without too much trouble, and he gives up the prize, the Vorpal Blade, which is one of the 3 ancient artifacts. By the way, we already have one of them. The diamond ring from the sunken city of Thor is already ours, so we don't need to worry about that. Also, Crest learns a new ability here, which is, I think, called the Psy Slash? Either way, it's pretty strong long-range attack. So, alrighty, and that was Fangwolf. We managed to defeat him without too much of an issue. And now we just run outside. We need to do this, also equip the Vorpal Blade, which is an ice element blade, which is pretty useful in the upcoming area on Cress. We need to also equip Mint with the Feather Ring, because we no longer need the other ring. Actually, it's the Emerald Ring, because I no longer transform it. It's not necessary. I also need to heal up everybody with Mint's abilities. And then equip new things here. I have Lionheart now on Crest, which is going to be extremely useful. And I think that's it. Oh, not quite. I need to disable Fireball and enable Icicle for Archie. I think that's it now. Oh, the ability is, by the way, called Faceblade, apparently. Also, I'm not sure whether I used the Holy Bottle or not. I did, actually. Because I had 6 before. Oh, shoot. I went the wrong way. Okay, it's fine. This is where I would normally use a holy bottle anyways. I was confused as to where I was exactly. But it works out in the end. So I use a holy bottle here, which allows me to get just far enough to get those torches, even though they are already lit. Which, by the way, I just realized I should not have unequipped the Sorcerer's Ring on Mint yet. Also, it's silly, it's too early. Can equip it on Arch instead though, it's okay. So overflow the holy bottle step counter here. I'll read that in a second, Stinger. Holy bottle here. And here. If I have one more holy bottles left over than necessary, I can just use it here and run the rest, otherwise I would have to walk a little bit. Alrighty, and that was the first potion. We now have 2 out of 3 items that we need to assemble the Eternal Blade, and we will make good use of that. Well then, we restock on holy bottles and go into my least favorite dungeon. A fairy cloak! Wow, I did not even know that was in there. That's amazing. Nice. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, this is Odin's Tower. I said Thor's house, didn't I? It's Odin's Tower. What it does is ticking damage. 1. That was only 1, but I'm just going to use the thing here anyways. So, ticking damage, what it does against us is it's 1, 2. It damages me, that's 2, 3, 4, 1/8 of my maximum HP every time it hits. 1, 2, and it can kill you. 3, unlike the previous environmental damage. 4. 4 ticks is enough that I want to heal up again. Press the switches, left to right, so we can actually go. So this is kind of a stressful portion. 1. There's no taking damage here. 2, 3. You want to heal up before this one? That's why actually 4, wasn't it? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If your HP is exactly divisible by 8, it will actually kill you after 8 ticks, otherwise you survive 8 and die on the 9th. 4, 5, okay, we are fine. So, alrighty, going to use a holy bottle here. Heal up Min's TP, actually don't need to heal up Min's TP. And then get into those mini-boss battles here. Those mini-boss battles are pretty rough to deal with. Oh, I know what I made wrong. Okay. I'm going to briefly use Undini here. Let's Vault. Vault is fine. Alright, I just use Vault as a backup because I actually used put my ability onto a item slot that I'm not used to. So that kind of messed up things for me a little bit. I'm going to actually try and heal you up. I kind of want to have Archie alive because her Isaac Needle spellcasts are very useful. Okay, they are defeated. And here we go. So we have to survive 4 of those battles here. Also, I do want to revive Mint before I go on here. Otherwise, Archie would die with the next tick of the environmental damage. That would use me up more holy water than necessary. Aye. So alrighty. Now my strategy is here, like this. I push everybody together with the Lionheart ability, and then use Fury Slash, or try to anyways, to defeat or destroy the Druid entirely. However, unfortunately, the Druid does not always cooperate. That was a really good attack, Mint. Clarf is dead. Kind of hope that Mint would survive here. I'm going to revive Mint. I don't want to destroy that carry yet until Mint revives. Or Yeah, there we go. To there. Because I do want to have Mint to be a bit more powerful here. Now we can go into the next room. So heal up everybody with Mint after we revive Clark, that is. Use a holy bottle, don't forget about that. This is the last holy bottle that I need to use until we go up. And also replenish Mint's TP and my TP. And defeat those guys here. So the idea is I push them together, I kill the druid with one hit. As long as the druid does not attack me, we should be fine here. The druid is a one-shot as long as I use a flare bottle. Flare bottle increases my damage by 30% in combat, by the way, in case you're wondering about that. Also, Archie's Isaac Needle, as you could see, that was just kind of useful to stop the enemy in their tracks there. So, one more of those battles. Going to heal up before I go in there. Those are some of the more difficult battles to fight. Did I even fight before? Save before I get in here? I should have actually if I didn't. So, if Archie immediately casts Isaac Needle, that basically guarantees I can use my Fury Slash against those enemies right away. And that's that. That was actually a pretty clean kill here. Well then, and the staircase appears, and we managed to get to the inner sanctum of this area here. Which means, once again, healing up everybody. Which is just easier than just eating only up crest. Equip the pole arm. So even though Flambirch is presumably fire element here, which is the guardian of this tower, she actually also is pretty resilient against every element, so you want to have a neutral element weapon, and the poleaxe is exactly that. I deal about 5000 damage per swing of Fury Slash that connects. The Isaac Needle, once again, is really handy, because it allows me, Archie, to stop Flambirch in her tracks from pretty much doing anything, really. And that's really convenient. And Flambirch is down for the count. Alrighty, after Flambirch admits defeat, she kind of gives up. Well, you're worthy to wield this artifact, make good use of it. And we acquired a Flambirch weapon, so we now have the Vorpal Sword, the Flambirch weapon. By the way, fun fact, if you spell out Vorpal Blade the way it's written in Japanese, it's basically a Boopal Sword. So the Boop Blade. And well, that means we managed to get through here. I just might want to make sure that we don't die here. It's actually okay if only one character survives here, because we just need to get outside. 1, 2, 3. But it's just way easier for me to use Nurse to heal up everybody. 1. I don't think I need to heal anymore. Need to get over here, and then we're out. Alrighty, we managed to complete Odin's Tower without too much trouble. And that means we can now go and assemble the Eternal Blade. Well, where do we assemble the Eternal Blade? Of course, at the place of origin. So same thing, 1, 2, 3, another 4th step. The god is going to activate and just kind of go, you cannot enter here. Oh. You have the Royal Crest of Alvanista. That looks like a really ancient Royal Crest there. 150 years old? Sure. And we just kind of leave Archie back there once again. Because, well, she's not allowed to go into the Elven Forest. 150 years and nothing changed about that. So, in the Elven Village, we go into this shop over here. This shop here sells weapons, but only bows. Although there's other stuff in the room. Either way, if we pay this guy 20,000 gold, the old bow that Chester used to use and was kind of completely broken at the beginning of the game, by the way, you recognize this lady, is just kind of getting restored and gives Chester an insanely good weapon. Also, this lady here just kind of goes, hey, you're a group of adventurer, there's a pink-haired lady with you, give her this broom, and the party just kind of goes, wait a second, oh yeah, thank you, we will give her that broom. So, that's that. Alrighty, we need to go and rest for a day, because the other guy needed a day. Lady, in order to fix the bow. Hi. Thank you for the bow. Now Chester, who is currently in our party. Remember, Archie actually left the party because she's not allowed in here. Has a really good weapon. Alrighty. I don't need to do anything here. This is fine. Alrighty. Chester gets a new weapon. And also I'm equipping him with the rune thingy, which allows me to deal more damage. Only have 3, 4... Hang on, let me think about this again. 1, 2, 3... I think that's enough? If not, we're going to get in an encounter here. Oh, that's not enough actually. No, I need to walk now. I'm actually somehow lacking a holy bottle to get all the way into the Twin Forest, which by the way, this is the same path as is before, just way more dangerous encounters. You really don't want to get into encounters here, I can tell you that much. So I actually layouted my way, so I have pretty high leeway on each holy bottle that I use for running. So if I lack a holy bottle for some reason, I can just skip one of them and walk the entire distance instead. So that works too. So, alrighty. Be safe and go. So this is the place of origin. Kind of like before, we will try to assemble what we had of the Eternal Blade. And also, Archie, of course, she cannot just sit around. She decides to join us anyways, because why not? She's Archie. And here, Origin appears, the King of Dwarves as he is called. And, well, he decides to go, well, you want to assemble the Eternal Blade. You need to prove yourself worthy for that. And by the way, I would like to point out, Chester does about 1,200 damage with each bow attack, which is pretty impressive. So Origin is like a butterfly. He just loves to flap his weapons, arms, whatever, and it's kind of tricky to deal with. Also, Chester, you should be in the front. I forgot to set up the formation before I went into this battle here. Also, you can see Chester does not have particularly much HP, but it's okay still. Thankfully, Mint once in a while hits her hammer, and this is what we want. We want to put Origin into the wall there. And then use Gale Shield to deal massive amount of damage to him. Chester is really useful for him to interrupt the Origin's abilities and spells pretty frequently. Okay, he's dead. Sorry, Chester. I kind of want to revive him, actually. Origin can either cooperate or not cooperate at all. It's kind of odd how it works, I guess. Alrighty, this should be pretty much it. And there we go, Origin defeated. So Origin, once again, kind of like all the other guys, he decides to test their abilities. Also Chester gains a few levels here since he was still level 5. Decides to test our abilities to see whether we are worthy to wield the Eternal Blade. Well, it looks like we have good intentions to get rid of that Owls dude who seems to be a menace to everybody. And he decides to assemble our Eternal Blade. On top of that, he also wants to join our party and fight alongside us. So that means, unexpectedly, we did get both Maxwell, Lord of all earthly elements, and an Eternal Blade here. And also one of the most powerful summons, Origin. So Origin will assist you after assembling the Eternal Blade here. Origin looks like a child waving weapon around. Yeah, he kind of does. So, we acquired the Eternal Blade here. One of the most powerful weapons in the game. which by the way, the pole armor we used has the same amount of power but less accuracy. And here we also acquire new abilities. In fact, we learned how to teleport. Since the Eternal Blade controls time and space, Crest now has new abilities. And also, remember that diamond ring? The diamond ring was actually not exactly used. It was supposed to be a pact ring to make a pact with Origin. So here we have this. Well, we assembled the Eternal Blade, we are ready to face Darth and destroy him once and for all. He can no longer escape because we can block and trap him. He cannot escape through time and space. Which means we just need to locate him. So, last time he was seen actually near the village of Ari, which is in a place where there is reigning eternal darkness apparently, which seems to be quite fitting for a dark guy like that, so, well, let's go and track him down in the village of Ari. The Ari village is, as you may be able to imagine, since it's eternal darkness pretty much, also pretty cold. So our heroes decide to, immediately upon entering, go to the inn and then try to decide what to do next. So we do this. Hi. We decide to stay at the inn, and Mind actually just kind of hesitates a little and asks Cress, "Hey, Cress, could you come outside a bit later? I would like to talk to you." Cress just kind of goes, "Huh? Okay." And everybody gets comfortable here already. So, after a short while, Cress just decides to eventually then go as well. Also Mind just kind of looks a bit sad. Although she seems to have something there. Well then, the Eternal Blade on the table. Crest just kind of decides to, "I want to go for a walk, I guess." Archie jumps up, "Hey, for a walk, that sounds awesome, let me come with you." Crest goes, No, I'm going alone," and just runs off. So, also, here, Clark actually has an idea. He actually would like to check on someone he has not seen in a really long time. But he is a bit embarrassed about telling the other two about that. In fact, he just kind of summons Origin and asks him for a small request, but only after Chester and Archie leave the room. He says, "This is business for adults, you just go, guys. Just go, please." And Archie and Chester decide to, "Okay, I guess I can leave the room, or we can leave the room." Well then, sure enough, Archie and Chester decide to leave the area for now. And Clark is actually too shy to say it out loud towards Origin as well, and just mumbles it a bit at first. Origin asks, "What did you say?" And then goes, "You shouldn't be embarrassed about this. You're an adult after all. I will grant you this one wish, once." And all Clark wanted to see is his, well, wife, girlfriend? I don't know. Either way, his lady. She's currently still 150 years in the past, teaching children and waiting for him, wishing for Clark's safe return. And that's all there is to it. That's all Clark wanted to see. He wanted to know whether she was well. In the meantime, Chester and Archie are just kind of bored as to what they are supposed to do, and Chester says, "Hey, what are you doing there? You're just walking around." And Archie goes, "Hey, I have an idea, let's go for a walk." Chester goes, "Are you serious? It's really cold out there." And Archie, being Archie, just goes, "Shut up and come," and drags him along. And in the meantime, by the way, this kind of all happens at the same time, Crest eventually arrives at Mint's place. And Mint asks him to stand next to him for a while. And, well, she has something. And she shows Cress the unicorn earring that she has. It turns out, Cress didn't actually technically lose the unicorn earring, which he used to get through the prison wall, and he kind of received somehow from Mint's mother, after she was already dead, in order to escape the prison. She already had it when Cress passed out after escaping the sewers. She found it on Cress and realized what happened there, that her mother is dead. Cress hasn't told her yet, but she kind of knew all along. And at this little scene, she thanks Cress for not telling her earlier. She probably would not have been able to carry on if she knew already in the prison cell about exactly what have happened. And well then, no, I do not read Japanese. I just memorized everything. Which, by the way, my story might not be accurate. So here, a soldier tells us that they spotted Dahl's fortress a bit to the west of here, and we should go there and check it out. Maybe we can find something more. And well, this is going to be our final place to restock all items. I'm going to be using... Do I have any more rune bottles? This thing is not supposed to... Oh, hang on. No, I need to do this entirely differently. I completely forgot this is an entire menu here. I should do... excuse me. Restore everything, including mixed gels, in case you need them. Especially those. And also buy those. So then we order by everything here. Alrighty, I actually was kind of confused as to what exactly happened there. We use a holy bottle and buy one more holy bottle to basically gain an additional holy bottle just on the way that is still lasting here. I was a bit confused about the menu there, but that works too. Alrighty, and here in this pub we actually meet a soldier who has been investigating and also fighting some demons. And one of the demons dropped an interesting little trinket. So he hands us over the Death's emblem, since he recognizes, oh, we are the party that is supposed to kill Daos. So he gives us that item, and it turns out to be super useful. Since that item will allow us to not get kidnapped on a specific place, you'll see where that is. Well, and once we reach the mountain top on the west, Eternal Blade reveals Dahl's fortress, which, by the way, shouldn't this be a frost area here? Either way, Dahl's fortress just kind of flying in the air, and also the Eternal Blade seems to react with it and draw the entire party into the final dungeon. Well then, this is where we arrive in the final dungeon. It is a really lengthy dungeon. I set Crest to be far forward. I'm also going to equip him with the second battle rune, so he does more damage. Crest that is. Save. And wish me luck. So this is one of the demons. There's kind of... Oh, invaders. Juicy. And he decides to attack us. He is basically one of the gatekeepers of Dahl's castle, just kind of a mini-boss. We call him the Evil Pineapple, and he is ridiculously powerful, I would like to point out. So it turns out the Evil Pineapple here, he tries to cast spells most of the time, but sometimes he decides to instead try and go into melee attack form. He can randomly teleport on the entire screen. If you're lucky, that doesn't happen. Hey, that's interesting. I've never used that technique before. I like that. But we managed to defeat the evil pineapple and move on. So over here, that first area with the evil pineapple in it, it does not have any random encounters. But this one here does. So the holy bottle is lasting just long enough to run through this area here. And then we go in here. So I can safely walk onto this wall, and then I need to use a holy bottle here. Use a holy bottle here. Now Mint needs to heal up Cress. I also need to equip the Darius emblem that I got early from the guy in the pub. The Darius emblem allows me to not get kidnapped by this seal here. So it turns out, in order to safely traverse this seal here, I need to have a Darius emblem equipped on every character. We only have one right now, so I need to kind of get 4 more. And that's what I'm doing here. So there are 4 chests around the area, which, well, include 4 Darius emblems. Here I will want to go and equip my most defensive equipment as possible, with the HP increase and also the Persian boots, reducing incoming damage by 30%. I'm also, oopsie, just want to get the laser sword. This is why I bought the laser sword. The laser sword allows me to deal massive amount of damage against the upcoming enemy. I'm also equipping the, oopsie, teleport ability here. I equipped the teleport ability and also the line heart. I actually have an idea with this thing. Well then. Those chests with the Darius emblem in them are protected, are defended by Hanzos. Hanzo is a ninja type enemy. If we are lucky, we can just kill them with 2 teleport attacks. 3 or 4 is fine as well, as long as we kill them without any major problems. Which we didn't have major problems, so that's good. So that's 1 Darius emblem down. 3 to go. Which, as you might be able to imagine, is going to be that many Hanzo fights. Hanzos are crazy powerful, as in, if they get you on the wrong foot, you are in pretty big trouble. And I just realized also something, I forgot to equip a shield that I picked up just earlier. And this is bad news, him catching me like that. So I equipped another ability here called Magma Rift. The current ability I had up until this point was way slower than Magma Rift. Magma Rift is just a quicker attack and also always hits. By the way, I immediately healed up as soon as I received any damage from Hanzo, since he just did more than half of my life damage in less than a second there. Also here, we don't fight this Hanzo guy. We can actually literally just open the chest from 1 tile away and skip the Hanzo encounter entirely, which is really nice. So, excuse me about the screen tearing, I'm going to heal up Cress here, use a holy bottle, and at this point also make sure that I have the shield equipped, which I forgot to equip earlier. And this is the last Hanzo encounter, we just need 1 more emblem, and we're there. Let's see. If you're lucky with 2 critical hits, or a series of critical hits, you can kill them in 2 teleports. 3 teleports is fine as well. Oh, just 1 crit on the correct attack was enough. Open up this, and there we go. Alrighty, we defeated the Hanzos. And this is one of the hurdles down. But the biggest hurdle is still awaiting us in the form of 2 Dark Eyes. So, here we are in the prison where everybody else got transported to. We use a holy bottle here. Then open up the jail cell. This allows us to then run in this area forever without getting into any random encounters, because once again, we overflow the step counter by interacting with objects right after using a holy bottle. It's not an intended mechanic, it just works. Just kind of. Also here I have pretty much exactly enough steps to use up this holy bottle until I arrive over here. And now we start walking again. Alrighty, which means now that we have 5 Darius emblem, we also need to go and equip them. So I'm going to be doing this via item menu, since that's a bit faster than doing it otherwise. I also need to exchange a party member. I'm going to exchange Mint. Put Chester back in the front here. Kind of. Far from the far back. So spread out my party, because that's going to be useful. Equip the last Darius emblem on Archie. And we can walk over this crest here safely without encounters. I still did not use a holy bottle yet, to note. So if I were to not use a holy bottle in the next room, I would get into an encounter. But I'm going to use a holy bottle. Alrighty, so we are here. We need 5 people to open up this door, so no matter what, you need to have all your party members present. You can't touch just 3, even though you could probably kill stuff with just 3. You need all of them. Get a holy bottle here. Save before we encounter the next areas, bosses, and we go. Oh, I actually forgot something. I forgot to equip the proper abilities now again, since we are no longer fighting in Hansos. I need to go and equip the Eternal Blade, which is better against the upcoming bosses since it is neutral damage, and Fury Slash. So now this is where I really need luck. I'm going to tell Clark to cast Origin basically as soon as I can on the evil pineapple in the back. So those guys are kind of like the previous ones. They can teleport at any time they want into any place they want. Archie casting Isaac Needle just on the front guy reduces the chance of him teleporting, because teleport can actually be interrupted by just a timed hit, so to speak. The guy in the back, he hopefully does not teleport, because the only means to interrupt him I have is Clark casting Origin over and over again. Origin does decent damage, but technically it is optimal to only use Fury Slash. However, that is way too dangerous, since the guy in the back would actually cast Meteor Storm, which does about 6,000 to 7,000 damage to everybody. And you can see who might survive that. I can clearly tell you most would not survive that. That was also the wrong ability there. Alrighty, so far so good. Also, the evil pineapple in the back actually healed the one in the front, because he somehow managed to get a spell cast through, but it's kind of rare. I think one of them is dead now. Almost anyways. There we go, one dead. Alrighty. With the second one, we should be able to just repeatedly use all our abilities and defeat him without too much trouble. At least that's the idea. I'm going to use Miracle Gummy here to replenish the TP of Cress. And this was actually as good as it gets, really. They could have defended a bit less, preferably, but that was a really good fight because we didn't die. That's literally what I consider a good fight here, if we don't die. Alrighty, that was the last hurdle, and we will be able to complete the game within short order now. So the reason for that is, as long as I don't make a mistake to wander through these areas, which, by the way, the Holy Bottle Step route is pretty strict, so I can't make particularly many mistakes in the early sections anyways. We will be able to defeat Dal, since I actually set up something that I might want to explain here. So, let me explain what I did. So, as I mentioned earlier, normally Dals cannot be defeated by physical attacks. The tool-assisted speedrun can defeat Dals with physical attacks because it uses the hourglasses and chronoglasses within a reasonable amount of time and just manipulates critical hits. It's basically a tool-assisted speedrun only. However, I actually use Dal's healing mechanic to my advantage, in fact. So what that means is that I use the fact that Dal's heals every physical damage, or more specifically, Dal's has a variable in which he keeps track of how much physical damage he received, and at the next opportunity he will heal it up. And this variable as you may have guessed, actually transfers between individual DAOs encounters. Also, I overflowed the step counter here by reading the sign from the side. So what that means is that I now have an overflow. I have now a variable saved at 16,000. Oh shoot! At 16,250 HP. I accidentally used 2 holy bottles there. I don't have a backup for this. Oh boy. This is awkward. Either way, Daos has 16,250 HP in the second encounter, and I defeated him with purely physical attacks. Okay, I'm going... Oh, I can't do that. Holy smokes. I just saved there, just in case I get into an encounter that is unwinnable. So I accidentally used up one too many holy bottles. I hope I can get over here, then I should be back online. Alrighty, it's fine. That was silly. So either way, as I said, I defeated the second Daos with purely physical damage, and now at the next opportunity he will heal for 16,250 HP. The final Daos encounter has something like 56,000 HP, which would allow him normally to, well, survive quite a bit of a beating, right? Also, there is no encounters in this room, so it resets my step counter. But what that essentially means for me is that since he's going to heal that much, his HP is going to overflow. Effectively, I set his HP value to be only 7,000 and something, because it overflows over 65,535. And that is the highest possible HP value there is. So what I'm doing here, briefly checking whether we are all healthy. Okay, it should be fine. So the final battle is going to be really quick. However, story-wise, Min actually asks Daos, why are you doing this? Why do you want to hurt everybody? So our assumption so far has been that Daos just wants to rule the world, and that's why he wanted to get rid of all the magic users. But in reality, he has completely different ideas. And he goes, what do you know? I don't need to explain anything to you. You follow me through time and space, and I'm really tired of your antics. So essentially, Daos is actually not interested in this world, which is what he says. As it turns out, Daos is not from this planet. As a matter of fact, he is actually from another world called Daris. I forgot what it is called. Daris Karlan? Either way, a faraway planet, which if you played Symphonium you might recognize the name. Daris Karlan, there we go. And he unleashes his final form on us. We just picked up a hourglass earlier, and the final form of Daos is actually not any more difficult than what we just defeated. I just need him to cooperate a little bit. Did he? Oh, he didn't. Oh, wow. Too late. There we go, okay. So, I picked up an hourglass. The hourglass will allow me to do this. Sorry, Clarf, you're not going to get behind here, I guess. So it turns out this guy has no AI whatsoever programmed as to what is supposed to happen when you stand behind him. So you can just kind of use the Gale Shield to completely finish him off in safety. So this ends the tragic tale of Daos. So it turns out he might not have been the entire bad guy the entire time. So remember when we said mana depletes way quicker than it can replenish in the past? That was because of Magi technology. So Hamel and Midgard and various other places in the world actually developed magic technology which destroyed mana as it was, because they were using it up quicker than it could replenish. What that means essentially is that the poor little dolls here, he tried to negotiate with the humans. Well, he's not human. He tried to negotiate with them to ask them to stop using mana, since his mission was to gather enough mana on planet Earth in order for him to send a mana seed back to his home planet. His home planet is essentially dying because there is no source for mana anymore, and his kind of, well, he needs mana in order to live. So that kind of means that is likely the reason as to why the elves called the humans greedy. That is likely the reason as to why the elves decided to no longer want to have anything to do with the humans, because they were unreasonable. They did not want to use less magic technology, even though it was explained to them that they would use up too much mana, more than it could replenish. Remember the meteor storm Dahl sent basically in the present, when everybody was just kind of hurrying back and getting to the time machine? That was actually not necessarily directed at Crescent Party. It was mostly directed towards destroying Midgard, which by the way is in shambles if you visit it in the future. Also, it turns out Dawes is actually on good terms with Martel. You can actually have a little cutscene with him at Martel visiting the tree here before you go into Volt's cave. And yes, please mind your language, I would appreciate that. So, as it turns out, the mana cannon that destroyed the demons simultaneously would have sealed the fate for the mana tree. And well, it just kind of doomed Dahl's homeworld, because there's no way for him to get revived, is there? So in a sense you could say we were the bad guys, but on the other hand, Dahl did take the means what he thought he needed to achieve what he wanted to. There was no other way for him than to use force and forcefully stop the humans from using magic technology, since they were not cooperative at all. But at the same time, there were probably too many innocent victims. His measures were a bit too drastic, and thus, well, as part of his rampage, many villages got completely obliterated and destroyed. Many lost their neighbors and friends who had nothing to do with it. And that's why Cress, Mint, Archie and Chester went on their journey, alongside Clarf, who also managed to be quite a valuable portion. Well then. Mint decides to cast a barrier spell, her most powerful protection spell, onto the mana tree, so no one should be able to abuse the mana power anymore. At least, that's the hope. If you have seen any parallels between Symphonia and Tales of Phantasia, that is because supposedly Phantasia plays about 1,000 years in the future from Symphonia. I don't know how exactly it works, but that's kind of the idea, I guess. Well, now it's time to say goodbye. As mentioned before already, Clark still has his wife, or girlfriend, whatever, in the past. They need to go back to their own time. Archie has her father and also her mother back there, which she really wants to, well, meet again. They can meet Archie again, but it will be a long time for them. 100 years until they can meet again, at least for Archie. And even though Chester and Archie seem to have a quarrel for a while, which by the way is explained and underlined a lot better in the PlayStation version, they seem to end up getting rather friendly with each other. Which is nice. So Clark uses the Eternal Blade in order to teleport back. And I would like to point out, I love the details in this game. Clark finally returns home. Kind of bittersweet. And eventually they get to hunt some boars again, but also finally lay Mint's mother to rest. I think, from what I can recall, Clark returning home is probably my favorite scene in pretty much any game, from what I can remember. And all of a sudden, Dawes gets teleported. At least what remains of him anyways. Martel decides to not just let Darius Carlon, well, have no mana seed, and decides to sacrifice her own body, fuses it with Dawes' remaining energy, creates a mana seed and sends it back to Darius Carlon. Fun fact, if you hold L and R during the seed flying away, you can actually get different music in this ending credits. I usually tend to alternate between using one music or then the other. This one, it's the standard. I like the standard music. And well, that's that. I decided to explain Dawes' mechanics a bit while I was walking up to him, so you would be prepared and be able to see it. I'm not sure that's a good idea, because it actually requires a lot of focus trying to get through Dawes' castle without any errors. Getting into encounters would be rather devastating in Dawes' castle, so I was overly careful at the end. I probably lost about a minute or two. But hey, my estimate for tomorrow's marathon is 4.5 hours, because I wasn't sure how much time the new routing would save, but it turns out it probably saves easily enough that we should not be worrying about it at all. And likely can even watch the entire credits tomorrow as well. So tomorrow, for anyone who does not know, is going to be the Speed Gaming or SNES Superstars Marathon going towards the end. After my run, there will be a Super Metroid run. I think it's a ROM hack. Either way, it's going to be interesting. And right after is going to be the last run with, I think, Poexel and Chrono Trigger. Oh, I think. Pretty sure. Either way, going to be fun. The start for tomorrow's SNES Superstar Marathon is going to be here, if you'd like to watch the schedule. I'm going to be playing at 5:30 CET. I'm actually not going to be streaming before that, and likely also not after that. I still need to do some admin work, kind of stuff that I started last Friday. I need to call various places and companies for me moving. So that will probably take up a good chunk of time. So well, I hope you enjoyed this little story and story run. I might do this once in a while just to stay fresh on it. And not forget everything like I did from before. Which would be nice. But in the near future, I will be focusing more on Diablo 2. I need to get that run ready for RPG Limit Break. And also, actually, speaking of RPG Limit Break, I'm going to do a little fundraiser on April 2nd, where I'm going to be just marathoning Seeker of Mana solo character challenges, all 3 of them, one after another. And there will be also, once again, kind of like in December, various incentives, milestones that I hopefully hope to reach. So that's that. Oh, by the way, the game is not quite over yet. Or is it? No, it's almost over. So, here, Cress and Mint ask Chester, "Hey Chester, do you want to come with us?" He goes, "Where to?" "Of course, to Miss Archie. She's kind of waiting for us since about 100 years. Come on, we need to go. We need to visit her." That's a good idea. Well then, that's that. I'm actually, I think, going to be doing a little bit of Secret of Mana Ancient Cave, since there is a new version of the ROM generator for today. But that was it for Tales of Phantasia. I really like this game. And it's interesting. The more I run certain games and explain the story, the more details I discover in it. I used to just kind of like Mint the most as a character, but the more I observed and watched the game, the more I realize what kind of insane stuff Clark kind of went through. I mean, sure, the others don't exactly have it light either, but Clark, well, he got ridiculed his entire life for researching how to cast spells as a human. And in the end, he was more than just a key figure. So yeah.